Alicia! Kumusta? How are you, dear? Are you still awake? Where are you again, Alicia? Saan ka? Mabuti po. Salamat. Saan ka? Oh, you are. Oh, in Hong Kong. There's so many of you in Hong Kong. Is that your main channel name, Queen Alicia? I got you. Alicia Ali. Where are you from, Alicia? Sa taga-asa ka sa Bisaya. You're live streaming at 1 o'clock in the morning, Hong Kong? Or are you doing silent live? Bisaya ka, Alicia? Mindanao? Oh, Luzon? Or saan? And what part of Luzon? Saan ka lolo bahay kubo? Oh, Bisaya. You were born in Bisaya? Taga-asa ka sa Bisaya. Or Vizcaya. Is it Bisaya or Vizcaya? Is that an actual city? Vizcaya? Or is that a misspelling for Visaya? Oh, okay, okay. Got you. One second. I think I have mail. Yep. The mail lady just delivered. Let me go outside. It's freezing outside. Hold on. Hold on. Wait long. I'll be right back. Oh well. Voila. Voila, mail. I thought I'm expecting a package, but it did not come. Well, where is Vizcaya? I don't know Vizcaya. Are you still there? Hey, Leroy. What's up? Louis. You too, Leroy. Or top of the afternoon. Louis, are those your pictures? Your you and a brother, or is that reporting for duty? As you were at ease. Ah, your son. Well, there's two of them there. Is that you? Oh, okay. You and your son. Gotcha, gotcha. What are you Filipino? Sorry, I forget. Maybe you told me already. Yeah, Louis. Oh, your son, and you're the daddy. Gotcha, gotcha. I'm trying to remember. You're in you're in California? I'm struggling to remember your story if you told me. Sorry if I forget. So, Oh, okay, okay, okay. You're in Vancouver. All right. Did you tell me that before? Now, I met you on another live stream, right? Was that on, I think she just went to sleep. Um, Lorna's live stream? Barbie. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that's Lorna, right? Wait. No, no, no. That's not Barbie. Just getting confused. No, Barbie isn't Lorna. Her name is Nina, or no? What is her name? Niz? Something like that? What's her name? Oh, did I ask you before? What part of the Philippines is your family from? Pampanga. Pampanga, Pangasinan, Ilocos, the Bukid region of Luzon. Are you at work? Oh, the cooking capital. Is that what that's known for? Pampanga is the cooking capital? That's cool. Every region has a what it's known for. The mango capital, the uh, what is that? Fermented fish sauce. That's Ilocos, I believe. Um, Bagoong. And there's the sardine capital. There's the fishing capital, the surfing capital. Uh, what else? Um, Jupao. Oh, you're in your apartment waiting for your number. What do you mean your number? Wait. Let me think. Waiting for your number. Waiting for your number. What are you waiting for? Thank you, Jupao. Maraming salamat. Waiting for your number makes me think of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Your turn? What do you mean your turn? I'm not being nosy, but wait, you're in your apartment. Oh, appointment. Oh my gosh, never mind, never mind, never mind. I read that as apartment. Sorry. That's why I was confused. I'm thinking, why would he be in his apartment waiting for his number to be called? I just read it again. I went, oh, appointment. Okay, that makes more sense. I love it. Yeah, I was spinning my brain going, is this something new in Canada? They send you home and you wait for a phone call. Okay, your turn. And then you drive. I thought, okay, is this a COVID routine? They send you home and wait for your number. Uh, Here, I'm going to correct your English just for your benefit. Um, it's very common for the Filipinos to mix up the on, in, and at, because there's like one word in the Philippines that includes all of them. I understand, like the word sa, in can be used for at, in, I think on, but that comment that I highlighted, I'm at my appointment. I can imagine that's difficult to figure out which one to use. At, on, in. Am I in my bed? On my bed? Yeah, you're welcome. It's one of those, you have to use it. Like, I'm learning Tagalog. Sometimes I can't figure out the right word, or I'm sorry. Um, yeah, the right context to use the word. But I have to think in English to figure it out. It's like, wait, okay, sa is in, on, at. So when I'm trying to say something, just say sa. Try sa. See if that works. It's not just your mistake. It's a Filipino mistake. And that's not an insult. It's because your language uses one word to include, three or four English. I don't know what the word is. What is at, in, on? Is that I forgot is that a adverb, pronoun? I forgot, not pronoun. I know what a pronoun is, but I don't remember those names for that word. My 19-year-old would educate me. He would remind me. But it's not only your mistake. It's very common. Yeah. For example, in your bedroom. There, I just used the word in the bedroom. Like when you go inside, you go inside something, inside, a room. That's in. But if I'm sitting right now, I'm on top. I'm on top of my couch. I'm sitting on my couch. Kubaran! Wait, my music just got crazy loud. What happened? That was weird. Okay, there we go. Okay, my screen froze. Hold on. Something's the matter. Okay, there we go. Kubaran. Yes, just use sa. I know. That is the reason for the English mistake, is because sa has multiple applications. In, at, on, There you go, Kuberon. You did it right that time. What's up, Doc? As I'm chewing a carrot. What's up, Doc? Do you remember that cartoon, Bugs Bunny? What's up, Doc? Okay. I just read you're at the clinic right now getting your therapy. Gotcha. PT, physical therapy. I'm just creating conversation. Oh, that's right. Kuberan is up in Toronto. Wait, you're up in Canada, right? Louis, you just told me. Um, Vancouver. Oh, you're on the west side. Okay, okay. So Kuberan is in the Toronto area, and Louis Leroy and Daddy, he's in Vancouver. You're not Filipino, are you, Kuberan? I know Ju Pao is from the Philippines, and Louis Leroy, Filipino. Canadian born. Parents are from Sri Lanka. Ah, cool. Maybe you told me, maybe not. David Foster. Oh, the judge. Is that David Foster? The judge for uh, 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 Asia Got Talent, I think. Isn't that David Foster? I know. I've been told that. The other one is the most common is Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan. I was told 4 years ago, maybe more, by a Filipina in Arizona that I looked like Pierce Brosnan. And I said, "Who's Pierce Brosnan?" She said, "You know, 007, James Bond." And I went, "Oh, I had to look at I had to Google him." Yeah, I believe yeah, David Foster. Right, right, right. Yeah, he's got salt and pepper hair more than I do. Well, if I grew my hair longer, it gets even really, frosty. And my eyebrows, they get real frosty. Everything gets frosty. I can't grow a beard. It's too spotty, like patches of. I can grow a goatee and a mustache, but the beard, I never could. All my life, I've always tried, and it just doesn't come in very full, too spotty. And my wife doesn't like it. So, have you been back to Sri Lanka, Jupao? And did you retain any of your language? or did your mom or dad ever teach you? What's your native, the Sri Lankan language? Is that Hindi? No, Jupao. I'm sorry. Um, he's from Sri Lanka. Oh, no, no, no. Kubaran. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up. Yes, correct. Tamil and Sinhala. Okay, okay. Wow, Tamil is, correct me if I'm wrong, is Tamil spoken in Nepal? I think Jupao is Filipino. Correct, Jupao? Oh, you're working in Qatar. Yep, yep. Yeah, I remember. I visited Kathmandu, Nepal, back in the 80s, 86. Yeah. And it seems like I remember Tamil as one of the languages, possibly. They speak Nepalese. I wonder if it's similar. Maybe not, but same region of the world. Jupao is correct. You're from Philippines? Oh, it is different? Okay, okay. Oh, you're in India. Although Malaysia is, separated from the mainland. Yeah, they're an island broken off from. Yeah, okay, okay. That's what I thought. That's why I greeted you when you came in with "Kumusta." Kumusta ka na? Gotcha, gotcha. Yep, yep. Yeah, so are Filipinos and Chinese. There's Chinese restaurants, fast food everywhere. Yeah, they are billions of people. Exactly. Okay. Oh, that sounds good. I haven't had any breakfast yet. Only my coffee. I know I'm going to get hungry here. It's already lunchtime, and I'm starving myself. That's not good. I didn't starve myself yesterday. I ate, actually overate yesterday. So let's see. You're OFW in Qatar. You said I met a few Filipinos in Qatar. One of the first Filipinos I met in Qatar, his live stream channel, I don't know if he still has it or not, but his live stream was Enrique's, what was it again? His name's Enrique, but his channel was Enrique. I forget, but I know the beginning was Enrique. Enrique's Adventure? That might be it. I'm in New Jersey, 2 hours south of New York City. There's the what they call the Parkway that connects the whole, well, it's I-95, travels the whole eastern seaboard from, I think, Maine all the way down to Florida. And I'm 2 hours south on the Parkway, south of New York City. From JFK Airport. I'm originally from the other side of the United States, 3,000 miles away in San Diego, California. That's where I was born and raised. School, work, family, etc. And then my Asawa family is here on the East Coast. So she wanted to be with her family. So we eventually moved back here. I moved her from New Jersey to California when we first met. Good old San Diego Padres. Hoorah. I grew up with them back in the 70s. Yep, Nate Colbert, Clay Kirby, Enzo Hernandez. Who else? The big hitter, outfielder, black guy. Nate Colbert. Wait, Nate Colbert. What position did he play? I'm not thinking of Nate Colbert, but that was another name that came up. Daniel, you're back. What's up, bro? King of Lord Nazareth to send his angels all over the earth to wrestle and demonic entities back where they belong. Amen. That's right. With your Bible in your hand, waving it out as you go. Right? I told you that story. Daniel, I think you've heard it. When the pastor couldn't get everybody's attention to quiet down, so he walked around the auditorium with his Bible in his hand, saying, "Get out of here, Satan. Depart from this room." And everybody got quiet and just shut up. And it worked. And he walked down the stage, down the steps to the end of the room, traversed across to the other side of the room, back up the aisle to the stage, and then back up on stage, and then stood behind the pulpit and continued. Oh, and he started playing the video, and everybody was quiet. A few people actually left the congregation. The first-time visitors, they decided, this ain't for me. And so be it. It happens. So. You know, they mention of legions, of devils in the Bible. Do you know how much a legion is? That's pretty scary when you think, I didn't know until I was told. It's 1,000. And they're talking about legions, so plural, thousands. That's pretty, that's where you start realizing we're we're fighting a spiritual battle, not a physical battle. The spiritual battle, the spirit is what's causing us to do things. Although we do have our own stinking thinking, but it's influenced. What is it? Those that don't know Christ are possessed, oppressed, impressed, suppressed. Here's one more. And by demonic influences. But those that know Christ are no longer possessed, but they definitely are impressed, oppressed, suppressed, and depressed. That's the one I forgot. Isn't that something? Think about that. It makes sense. That we're impressed by outside pressure, oppression. That's the oppressed. Wait, did I include that one? Suppressed, oppressed, depressed, impressed, depressed. Or maybe I already said that. Oh, hey, on that note, now that you brought up the Word of God, I always like talking about it. The verse that I was looking for, I just opened it up. It's Romans 3:20. And listen to this. This is so good. When I read it, it was like this light bulb came on and I see the picture and it just was like clear as could be. And I went, that's it. That is the explanation of why works don't work. When you're on your knees in front of your maker, right? Every knee shall bow. Why telling him, but God, I've done all this work. I've done so much good. Please accept me. And he says, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. And the reason why he has to say that is because, this is good. Number one, well, he's a perfect, creator. He has no sin in him. So let me back up, and this explains it. If you've done something wrong, right? Okay. And you want to make amends for that, you have to do something to fill that wrongdoing. For instance, one of the sentences in court is community service. Been there, done that. Instead of paying a ticket, they gave me an option of doing community service. So you have to work to clear your record. You see, so if you're saying, I want to work to clear my record, that's implying when you come to an employer and say, I want to work for you, or I'm sorry, if you go to the judge and say, I'd like to work to clear my record, it's like you're already admitting guilt, because you're saying, I want to work. I would rather work. You see? So every time you want to do work, that's implying that you have baggage and you're trying to clear your baggage. You see? So that's why work doesn't work in the eyes of God. Because when you go to him and say, but I've done so much work, And then I would be asking you as a judge, well, how much more work do you have to do, sir? And what would be your answer? Uh, I don't know. How much work do I have to do to clear my record? You see, you're admitting that you're a sinner by saying you have to do work. Well, sinners don't exist in a perfect realm. That's why God has to be the just judge he is and kick people out of his realm, because there is no sin in his realm. So if you come to him and say, but I've done so much work, you're admitting you're a sinner. And he's like, gosh, I'm sorry. I can't accept you. You see? So the question is, well, what do I have to do? And his answer is, you can't do what's required to clear your record. Because no matter how much work you do, it's an endless cycle. You always have to do work to clear yourself as a wrongdoer. You see? So the only way you can clear that problem is if the judge, how about this? What if he suffered for you? He took upon all the sins of the world. Everybody's suffering, pain and suffering, psychological and physical. And he took it upon his body and experienced all of everybody's suffering for you, in the place of you. Because if he doesn't do it, you're going to end up having to do it yourself. And it's never ending. Remember I said, the work is never ending. You're going to end up taking your last breath on this earth, and you're going to end up in a place that is reserved for sinners. And it's an ugly place. It's got a title. It's called Hell. And it's forever. It's never ending. You're going to live forever, but in a place that's never ending. Yeah. So works don't work. You see? And then, though, the result of what's going to happen to us one day, we're going to die. So the result of us being a sinner is death. The wages of sin is death. So that's the second thing we can't accomplish. I can't defeat my death. I can't resurrect from my grave. And even if I could resurrect from my grave, let's say I could, just for example, let's say I could somehow rise from the dead and walk on earth. What would that make me? I would be a walking sinner. It's like the sin would still be there. I never could work enough to get it off, right? To get rid of it. And now I'm alive again. I'm just a walking sinner again. You see? So it's a never-ending battle. You can't and number two, you can't rise from the dead. But doesn't that sound like something somebody wrote a history about, a person that did that? He took upon the sins of the world, so you didn't have to. Or better yet, because you can't. You physically can't. But he did. That's supernatural thing number one. And then the second thing was he rose from the dead. That's the second requirement. And he did that because we can't. We physically can't do it. So he said, I'm going to paraphrase John 3:16. He said, I loved you so much, and because I knew you couldn't do what was required. But I love you so much that I want you back with me. So I'm going to do it for you in the place of you. And he did. And now he said, I did what you couldn't do. I did the supernatural. He said, now believe me. Believe that I did it for you. He said, if you believe in me, I'll give you another chance to live again, like this. But forever. I don't know what that's going to be like. I can't imagine. But another opportunity to do this again. I've had a pretty, amidst all my suffering and mishaps and peaks and valleys that I've been through in my life, this has been a pretty cool ride on this earth. It really has. I mean, if I talk about it long enough, I'll have tears in my eyes. It really, I would love to do this again. And he said, well, then believe in me. And I'll give you a chance to do it again. But this time, forever. You won't die. You won't experience death and dying like you're experiencing now. Again, I don't know what that's going to be like. But you know what? Might as well get a ticket while it's available. And the only time it's available is if you're still alive. If you wait until you take your last breath and throw the dice and gamble or spin the roulette wheel, and launch that ball around the roulette and take the chance, don't do it, bro. That's ridiculous. You're not going to win. It's not going to land on your color. It's not. Because you can't do. So on that note, here, the word of God, that was my words. That was my interpretation. But the word of God says it right here. For by the law is the 10 commandments. That's the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, that part of the Bible. It says, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. You see that? In the Old Testament, they had to do work in order to clear themselves. They had to build an altar. They had to do it a certain way. Certain things they had to use and burn, whether it was clean animals or incense or this or that. And they had to construct it a certain way sometimes. God was always telling him to do something. And we just couldn't seem to follow those 10 commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not, murder, etc. All those things. That's the law. So it says, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. So like I said, just saying I'm working to clear my baggage is the knowledge of sin. You already know you're a sinner. Why? Because you're having to work. You're wanting to work it off. It's like, see that? For by the law is the knowledge of sin. Yes, he did. Yeah, he's talking about this problem. You don't have to work anymore to clear yourself. I did the work for you. It's finished. That's to forgive you of your sinful baggage. That's why he suffered and died and bled, or in the opposite order. See? And then this whole part of Romans talks about the law and grace. The law is what Adam caused. That's the first Adam. In the Bible, they talk about the second Adam. The second Adam was Jesus Christ. I'm going to paraphrase it. For by the law, mankind, man and woman, became transgressors. They became sinners. But by grace came redemption. By Jesus Christ, through Jesus Christ came our salvation. Through Adam came our downfall. Through Jesus Christ came the resurrection. He defeated what Adam caused. See, gosh, it makes so much sense. And now I can explain it to people. I'm always looking for like the simplest way to explain it, to show it logically, practically, like today. So you can show people, no matter what you concoct out in your garage, I'm pointing at my garage door, you're not going to be able to put together what's required to overcome who we are, who I am, who I was. There's nothing we can do. But the bottom line is, here's what I've learned. Even though people get it, they understand it, they're more often than not, people don't want to do it. And I understand it because I didn't want to either. It's like I wasn't ready, not today. And it's like, well, what was I waiting for? I mean, what did I have to do? And that's what I didn't understand. I don't have to do anything. Well, there is one thing. You got to understand. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make people understand. And that's the basis of belief. You have to understand before you can say you believe in something. Contrary to what society teaches us today. Oh, I believe that, as you're scratching your head. Oh, that sounds right. Yeah, I can believe that. No. More correctly, you should be saying, I think or I suppose that sounds right. Before you've gotten all the information and all the input, before you've studied it. But to truly say I believe in something, you need to take in all the factors. Listen to people, read literature, look at it yourself. It's got to click. And you realize, I see, it makes total sense. I believe that. That's the true definition of believe, is to understand it. And it's just good. It gets so good when you start looking at things biblically. You do. It's amazing. You start looking at the definition of words from this standpoint. What did it mean in the Bible? What did the word believe mean in the Bible? Well, there's only one way to find out. You got to look it up. Read scripture that has the word in it, and then look at the original Hebrew. And it's like, well, that takes a lot of work. Yeah, it does. Well, you got people like me, for example, that's already done it, and you listen to it. And you either make a decision, I'm telling you a bunch of bull, or you do it yourself and you look it up. Been there, did that. That's why I'm sharing it with you. And anyways, so thank you for bringing that up. Just see, yeah, that was Daniel Leary. Just popped in with that comment, and that enabled me, opened the door to just elaborate. So anyways, sorry to go off on a tangent there, guys, gals, Jupao, Kubaran. Yeah. It's good stuff. Oh, anyways, what I was saying is, yeah, so the big question I had when I was younger was, what is it that I have to do that everybody's saying, today is the day of salvation? Why are they telling me, that you don't want to wait and throw the dice and, spin the roulette wheel? What is it that I have to do? And I was getting to, you got to understand it. And once you understand it, then you realize, oh my gosh, it's like now you understand it. So get on your knees and have a one-on-one talk with your maker and tell him, I get it. I get it. I understand what you did for me because I can't. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't know before. Now I know. Give me an opportunity to live again, God. And that's exactly what he's waiting for. The thief on the cross basically had the same conversation with him. There was two of them, one on each side. One guy was a hardened-hearted criminal, and that's the way he stayed, no matter what Christ did. But the other guy was like, wait a minute. He was starting to his wheels were starting to spin. And eventually he turned to him and said, in so many words, I get it now. I know who you are. Please take me with you. And he turned to him and said, today you will be with me when you take your last breath. I just paraphrased what he said. And that's all it took. He knew, well, he's God. He turned to him. He knew right away. He gets it. He said, for whosoever believeth in me, that's Christ talking, should not perish, but have everlasting life. Today you will be with me in paradise. That's it. That's all it took. It clicked. The light went on. The light switch went on, that one criminal. And he turned to him and said, and that's all it took. The one evangelist in California said, there's going to be a lot of surprises in heaven, Gary, just based on that story of that criminal. He waited before he took his last breath to believe. But the fear is, what if you walk out your door and you get in your car and you drive down to the store and you get hit by a semi, or something, and your last breath is taken away before you had a chance to open your mouth and apologize, or at least let God know that you got it, that you understand. And it's all he said. Just come to him and tell him, I understand. I get it. Works don't work. Yep, that's it. That's the we're always Christians, including myself. You wonder, what good is the word doing if it only reaches 10% of the people that you talk to? That comes from the 1 in 99. Actually, that's 1%. The 1 out of the 99, that listened. But that's like the motivation. Don't worry about how many people it's going to reach. All the angels in heaven rejoice over one sinner that repented. Yeah. So anyhow, yeah, that's the one of 3 subjects that tend to be covered in this live stream is the Word of God, the military, and my prior medical career as a paramedic and a Navy corpsman. So don't worry. It's not all about the Word of God, although it's inevitable. I'm going to talk about it. So. Oh, you notice I'm on the large format screen today. I just, I get kind of frustrated with. I'm all about creating an atmosphere behind me, and with that narrow vertical live, it's hard to fit in anything. It's I'm always constantly, trying to, as you probably saw last night, I'm always trying to put together something that is visually, appealing, and it's hard to do. And it's a lot easier with this 16 by 9 format. But as you can see, the crowd attraction, it doesn't attract the masses like the vertical live does. But this is an off afternoon for me, and I'm home alone, waiting for my son to get home from school. Actually, it's his long day, so he won't be home till probably like 5 o'clock. He's got a class and then lab afterwards, so he's going to be tied up until this evening. He's got a chemistry lab on Thursdays, so. That's right, Daniel. It's so cool. You're on the other side of the world. You're in New Zealand. See, that is so, it's like even more reason to want to travel. I can travel to New Zealand and I can attend church and hear the word of God preached just like it is here. It doesn't matter if I'm in America or New Zealand or the Philippines. I can walk in the doors of a church and hear a pastor preach the same word that I'm reading right now. And I can attend church in a foreign country. It's almost like a trivial. It's like attending a sightseeing place, and taking pictures, of the beauty. Well, I can go to church as if I never left home and hear the same word. And even better yet, in New Zealand, it's in English. And actually, the Philippines, they speak English too. I walked into a church in the Philippines, and although they were speaking their native dialect, when the two of us, my other American friend that I was with at the time, two white guys walk into this Filipino church, and the pastor looked up and saw us, big smile on his face, and the congregation looks back as we're walking in the door, and we sat almost right up front. Speaking of making the pastor even more nervous, and he all of a sudden, just like without missing a beat, switched to English, and he was doing both English and then translating in his native dialect, which was Ilonggo. My wife's from Iloilo, the central Visaya region of the Philippines, and he was doing both. He would preach, and he actually would read like the word of God right out of, the Bible in English, and he would elaborate in English, and then he would address the rest of the congregation and preach it both in English and Ilonggo. And after the service, of course, we met him, and he greeted himself. We greeted each other. He actually invited us to lunch after church. It was actually his home, that his church, that he gave his church at. Upstairs was his house, downstairs was the church. And we went upstairs, and the family put together a lunch for my friend and I. But anyways, he said, "You don't know how nervous you made me when you guys walked in the door." Bienski, ¿cómo está? Tomas. Oh my gosh, you're going to rub it in. You're going to go get a steak. All right. And come back and tell me how good it is and what it tastes like and how tender it is. If you would, please. 7 years old. I went to school today. Oh, that's cool. Nice. I think I told you, Daniel, my wife's name is very similar to your daughter's name. Her name's Althea. Althea. Yeah. Bienski. ¿Cómo está? Speaking of the Philippines, Bienski is a Filipina. Let's see. Bienski, I got to remember. You've told me so many times. You are. Wait, don't tell me. Bienski. Are you in Bicol? Bicol. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Oh my gosh. I forgot again. Nope. Told you. Wait. Cebu. Oh, you told me already. That's right. Okay, let me think. What part of Cebu? You're in Toledo. Tomas, Cebu is your favorite? Are you Canote Tomas or Filipino? Or wait, no, I remember. Tomas, you're in is it Tomas? I think you told me before. You're in Italy? Italy, right, Tomas? Am I right? I just lived with Filipinos, with Robert and Charlie. What? Oh, you're Homa, Indian. I'll be dang. Are they roommates? That's cool. And you've been there, or are you in the Philippines by any chance, Tomas, or no? Am I right, Bienski? Are you in Toledo, Cebu? Oh, wait. We had this conversation, I think. I told you I lived in. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you're Homa. I had a roommate from Grand Isle in when I lived in Algiers. Remember, I was a paramedic in Saint Bernard Parish for priority ambulance. Yep. Okay. Thank you for bringing me back. Yeah, he taught me how to eat blue crab and eat the roe with the scrambled eggs. What do you mean you're watching Saudi Arabia, Bienski? What, watching Saudi Arabia? Or are you working Saudi Arabia? Oh my gosh, Tomas. Well, enjoy. I am so hungry now. I've got to get something. I know there's leftovers over there. Bienski, what do you mean you're watching Saudi Arabia? Is that working? Are you OFW in Saudi? What happened? Hey, Jupao and Kubaran And the rest of you, I hope I didn't scare you away. Leroy, oh, you're at your appointment, so maybe you're indisposed at the moment. Yes, yeah, they call it OFW, Overseas Foreign Workers. That's why I was wondering if she meant to say I'm working Saudi Arabia instead of watching. Yeah, they're all over the world. I mean, every corner. Hong Kong, Indonesia, uh, USA, UK, Italy, Spain, Iceland. Met a husband and wife, Filipino husband and wife, working at a fish factory in Iceland on live stream. You name it. Australia, Saudi, UAE, Kuwait. Russia. Actually, there was one in Russia I met. What, you mean USA? In that rich country? What is it? USA? Yeah. This morning, yeah, that's what it was. I had it running this morning, and I must have burned an hour or so. There we go. Okay, I'm back. Oh, talking about Saudi Arabia or Indonesia, Dubai. That's it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, where they built their man-made islands. You know that looks like a wing or what is that? Like a remember you've seen it on the map. It's a bunch of uh, islands going out into the water, all man-made. That's in Dubai. Oh, dude, look at that. Worcester mustard and lots of sea salt. My mouth is starting to water. Yes, Palm Island. That's right. It's a palm. It's a palm leaf, a palm tree looking. That's what it is. Yeah, it does. It sounds really good. You know the Filipinos have a wonderful vinegar, a spiced vinegar. It seems like every region has its own uh, recipe. You know, they put chili, garlic, soy sauce, this, that. They all got their own recipe, and they dip their meats, especially their fish, in this. Just like putting vinegar on, fish and chips. You know, the English. I guess that's where it originated. You know, the English style fish and chips with the malted vinegar. Well, it's the same concept for fish, you know, is putting vinegar on it. Well, this is made from vinegar, and they put their chilies and their garlic and their, oh, it's just wonderful. And they have their names for it. Either suka is vinegar, and or sinamak, Sinamak. And let me get the bottle. Let me show you. But you can eat it with any fish. I mean, any meat. Steak. It's just a real spicy vinegar. Let me give you an example of some of the I've got actually here at the house. In the Philippines, it's called pinakura. That's the vinegar, the spiced vinegar. Pinakura. And then there's the same, but it's another manufacturer. Pinoy spice. That's a little lighter looking vinegar and chili and spices. And then you can make your own like we did and take the chilies out of the garden and then put in some white vinegar, rice vinegar, you know, and put it in a bottle like this. Actually, it's all chilies. We ran out of vinegar in there, you know, and keep it like that. But that's super good for seafood, any seafood. Yeah, Jay. Hey, Jay. Meet. Finally you came in. Daniel O'Leary. Daniel's in New Zealand, and I've been telling him about you. Jay. It starts with a J. I said it started with an R. I knew there was an R in your name. From Auckland. And he says, I don't think I've met him yet. Well, you're finally both in the same room. Jay and Daniel O'Leary. Yeah. It's like he came in some time ago, but you were here first, Jay. And then I was trying to tell each other or tell him about you. But he's outside of Auckland. He'll let you know. Yeah. He told me already general area that he's from, but it's not Auckland, if I recall correctly. Anyways, so these different sauces are the bomb, something I learned. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe I did tell you. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, speaking of, I put some of that vinegar, and I might as well pour it in this chili. I need to actually refresh these chilies. This is like the third time I filled this bottle up, you know, and they lose their potency after a while. But I'm going to fill it up one more time and let it ferment or mix up, and then I'll have it the next time we use it. Okay. Rinse off the bottles with water that I spilled a little bit in the sink. Right, I've learned my lesson the hard way too many times. All right, put the top on and wipe the bottles off and put them back in the cupboard. Okay, all done. Took care of that. Okay, now maybe I can bring over a snack while I'm here. I got some fruit. I'm kind of overdoing my fruit lately. My wife took out some hamburgers. I should probably put together some eggs Here, you know what, guys? Tell you what. I'm going to turn the camera because I am going to put together. Gosh, that's a big shot of the whole kitchen there. Okay. Hold on a second. All right. Let's do this. This is a quick. Oh, wait a minute. There's leftover. That's a pizza box, but it's not pizza. That's a stromboli my wife ordered last night. Let me just do some scrambled eggs and some ground beef because I can do it super quick. Whoa. And it's a, I'm gonna do all protein today. No carbs. No bread. I gorged myself on pasta and bread and sub sandwiches and all of the above yesterday. So this is going to be a all protein meat and eggs. Sound good? That's it. Just a little bit of ground beef and eggs. That's it. Ground beef and eggs. Salt and pepper. Voila. Done. Voila. I need a bigger boat, but I used a small one. And 2 eggs. That's it. Hold on. Hold it out. A wet napkin on top to prevent the splatters here. So I've got a screen, but it doesn't quite do the job. So a wet napkin, a wet fire hazard here. That works. Okay. Let's do that. Let me get this done real quick here. Pepper, salt, there we go. Okay. Let me come back for a second while that's cooking. Okay. All righty. What did I miss? Anything? How do you pronounce that? Wangarai? Or Rangaree? Or Rangarai? Rangarai. Wangarai? Wangarai. You don't care for broccoli? Oh, dude. Just steam it till it melts in your mouth, falls apart. The bomb. That's right. Daniel lives in Hawke's Bay, where we talked about that last night about Captain Cook and the Endeavor. It's a Maori word. Yeah. Did I say it correct? Or, oh, fungarai? Fungarai. Fungaray. Fungaray? Let me look at the word again. Ah, that's why. Fungaray. Okay. I didn't know the WH. All right. Got to go turn the beef here. All I'm going to do is crack some eggs on the side and scramble them and eat the beef and the egg together. That's it. It's a quick, healthy meal. Breakfast, lunch, whatever. Brunch. Gary, if you put your hands in the fire, you're going to get burned. I smell burnt hair on my arm, my hand. Okay, there's that. Put that aside. Just crack some eggs here on the side, and that's it. One, two. Oh, turn the heat back up. All right. Scramble those up, and we're done. Okay. Nope, I need to keep that up. Sorry. Alrighty. I'm gonna have to run over there to the eggs here real quick. What are we doing? We're talking about food. Yeah, you know what? I can't leave those eggs here. Those are too. Those get done too quick here. Oh. Almost done. A few more minutes, a few more seconds. the bowl. And then a portion of this, a portion of that. Right. There's too much ground beef for me to eat, so I'm just gonna eat that for something else, some kind of. You guys don't mind if I feed my face in front of you guys? Okay. There we go. Hope you don't mind. You'll have to live vicariously through my munching here. Is it appropriate to eat while you're on camera? You see? Man, add salt to anything and it makes it good, right? I have a little bit of coffee and some water. I think we're set. I hear something outside. See if I'm ready. Nope, not yet. I'm expecting actually some socks I ordered through Amazon. And it didn't come in the regular mail. So via either another driver and or UPS or something. I don't know. We'll find out. All done. It was just a quick scrambled eggs and ground beef. It's a good combo. Now, if I was typically, I'd eat this with, a portion of steamed rice as well and make it a full, meal. But I don't know. I'm going to give this like a 7, 6, because it's not anything special, but it definitely hits the spot. I like the texture. It's chewy, tender. Got the egg, the meat, and just salt and pepper. And if I just ran out, avocado and salsa. The Mexican salsa. I was doing that yesterday because I had a avocado that I needed to eat before it went bad. It was so good. You see, just scrambled eggs, ground beef, put some cut up avocado and a little bit of salsa. You can make it into like a Mexican breakfast. The bomb. It goes so well together. I was telling my my wife, I said, you know, the Latino culture really hit this. I mean, they put together such a simple couple of ingredients that just go so well together: avocado, eggs, beef, and like a tomato salsa made of garlic, tomato. It's pre-made in the store, so I just bought a pint of it. So good together. It is really good. And then, of course, you know, the Hispanic culture tends to use tortillas, you know, as uh, their carb, you know, their bread. And so to include a tortilla, you know, and put this, excuse me, you know, inside of a tortilla or a wrap, or just eat the bread on the side, you know, as a side is also a way of eating it. But that's, I'm going to eliminate the rice, the tortilla, and try to make this all a protein day. I learned it in the recent past from a trainer who implements cycling your carbs. And so instead of every day of the week, you know, eating carbohydrates with your meal, try it 3 out of the 7 days or 4 out of the 7 days instead of all 7. And sure enough, you know, I went from 180 down to 165. Although I've gained a little bit of it back. I think I'm like at 170 right now, but you don't eat anything different than you normally eat. It's just when you eat it and how much of it. Any fruits and vegetables, you know, you learn to substitute your carb, you know, get rid of the bad carbs, you know, the white bread, at least limit it, stay away from the junk. And otherwise, you're just eating the same thing you always did. It's just when and how much. Any fruits, all vegetables, all meats. Although they recommend you buy lean meats, which this ground beef was not, only because my wife didn't buy the lean version of the ground beef. You know, just try to buy lean instead of heavy fats. And then every once in a while, I get to splurge and I do my ice cream, and I Hershey's chocolate the other night. That was yesterday. And spoiled myself a little bit. But lots of berries, lots of blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, any berries. Kiwi, speaking of kiwi, any fruit, banana, apple. Orange. I do a protein drink. Spinach, a whole orange, a cup of spinach, a half a banana, a scoop of protein powder, and a quarter cup of water. And then after it's all blended together, add some ice, make it into a smoothie, and my gosh. I know I got a whole. Speaking of, that'll be my berry lunch today. My wife bought. It's out of season up here. We're in snow and ice right now, but down south in Florida, it's still warm. So these things come from the warmer parts of the world, uh, South America, Mexico, um, etc. But there's the speaking of blueberries and strawberries. So yeah, and then I'm set. Right, 5'10", Jay. If you're asking me, 177 centimeters. Alexa, how many centimeters is 5 feet 10 inches?
5 feet 10 inches is 177.8 centimeters.
Oh, almost 178. 177.8. The strawberries are actually pretty good. I mean, they're not perfect, but for this time of the year, well, I did the conversion before, so I know I'm 177 or 178. Well, my wife buys frozen um, for her Asian. Um, some of the Asian fruits, are not available, so they come frozen, like the Asian plantain bananas that she makes the banana Q. The Filipinos in the house know what I'm talking about. And you take her. Actually, no, they don't use plantains. I think they use the regular banana. They put it on a stick and they roll it in brown sugar, and it's like they melt the brown sugar and then they roll the banana in that glazed, liquefied brown sugar and smother it, and then get it all coated and then sell it that way. Oh, those things are addicting. And the heart, yeah, the banana heart. You can take that, from the base of a banana tree. Quite good and tender. Yep. Uh-oh. My music just kind of skipped. Makes me think that the Xbox is starting to get um, high. What is it? High usage. High. What's that message that pops up? Yep. Yeah. And jackfruit. Jackfruit is available in the Asian markets, but instead of going through the hassle of breaking that open and removing all the pockets of fruit, she'll buy the frozen pack and then let them thaw. Or you can buy it in a can, with the fruit, the juice, canned jackfruit. Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's sitting over there. It's got the camera hooked up to it. Oh, hey, Athena. And did your dad say it was your birthday? Wait, or do you just no? He just is taking care of you today. Didn't she just have her birthday? Athena. My wife's name is Althea, almost like your name. She spells it capital Athea. Althea. And sometimes they call her by your name. Yeah, you know what? Xbox is starting to freeze. I can't even bring up the keyboard. You can see my camera is starting to freeze up. Oh my gosh, I can't swallow. It's good. I just fed myself. You just missed it. And I'm all done. A couple of strawberries there on the plate still. And I got a little bit of coffee left, a little smidgen left there, and a glass of water. So I think I'm good. I had my brunch. Okay, so it wasn't her birthday. You were talking about her before last live stream or something like that, weren't you? Because I mentioned my wife's name being like her name. So Athena, you're in second grade, third grade? Probably third grade, right? Because your birthday's this year? Or maybe you're still in second. Navy, what's going on? Well, it's cold, but it's good. It's a Black Rifle Company, third grade. Yep. You know, Athena, I remember I was in third grade and I had a boy that sat next to me. His name was Greg, and he knew math really good. And we were learning about division, and I was having a hard time understanding how to make the division symbol. And he would show me and help me. I remember, isn't that something? I was 8 years old, third grade. Is Black Rifle? Well, yes, I do too. But in the middle of the winter, I'm not drinking a whole lot of cold coffee. But I make my own when I go to the convenience store. You know, to the convenient mart. They have their own coffee station in there, and you get to choose from about 8 different blends: light, dark, medium, light, and I'll make my own iced coffee instead of paying the extra $3 or $4. $3, you know, for them to make it for you. I just make it, grab a couple, double cup it, fill it with ice, pour the coffee over it, add my Splenda and my half and half or my light half and half creamer, and make my own iced coffee for $2 instead of $4. Yeah, it's $2.12 for a large 24-ounce coffee. So, although my camera just froze. This is getting bad, guys. I might have to reset here. Let me see if I can stop maybe something on the screen. Let me close some of these. Yep, it's starting to freeze here. You know, I think the speed of the internet might have something to do with it, because I did do a downgrade trying to make it cheaper for me. Yeah, it's freezing bad, guys. You know what? Right here, I'm going to reset. Okay, take me less than 5 minutes. No? Wait, what are you saying no to? Hold on, I'll be right back, guys. I've got to do this or it's going to get worse. Like, I just hit the Xbox button to bring up the screen and it still hasn't shown up. Here it goes. I'm going to freeze here. Hold on. Oh my gosh. This is really bad. I'm back. Hold on. I see Dan. Oh, okay. Well, I'll be back. I'll be back, Athena. Hold on. This is horrible. I can't. It's not operating. I'm going to have to shut it off manually. This is really bad. Come on. Yep, I'm going to have to do it manually here. Test, test. All right, I got audio. Good to go, good to go. All right. I think I got it, guys. I'm back. Turn the music down a bit. I think I'm good. Volume is always too loud initially, and then when I touch it, it lowers back down. Okay. There we go. I'm back, Athena. Yeah, I realized that towards the end there that no was Athena saying no, don't go. I was in using the restroom and I was thinking, you know, it's like watching TV when I was younger, when I was her age, and all of a sudden, but now the TV's talking to her. It's like, can you imagine if you're watching cartoons and all of a sudden they start speaking to you and saying your name? Except in today's, with today's technology, you know, everything speaks back at you on video. I still haven't figured out the profile picture there in the bottom corner and where that came from and who changed it. I tried to change the profile picture in Google, even though Google is reflecting the right profile picture. I went ahead and changed it and then changed it back and changed it and then changed it back to see if that would kick this in the head and change my profile picture. I don't know if you can see that. I'll share the screen with you. But the profile picture in this StreamYard account should reflect the YouTube profile picture, and it's not. So it kind of gives me the EBGBs about whose profile picture that is. But yet it is reflecting the correct profile picture, and it is broadcasting onto my YouTube channel. So anyhow, here's what I'm looking at. That's my television. You see the profile picture there on the bottom right? That one right there that my cursor is highlighting right there. See it down there? Right down here. It's lagging, but right there. That one. That is not my profile picture, but it's got the YouTube symbol next to it. Can you see it? Here, let me zoom in here for you guys. See that? Look at that. I tried having somebody. Yeah, the soldier is my picture, but this one on the screen that I'm sharing right now, look at that. It's like a gray circle with something in the upper left corner. Looks like a helmet and a line going through it with a cloud and a little white square in the top right corner. What in the world is that? You see it? Oh, I deviated. Let me go back right there. See that profile picture right there with the, yeah, isn't that something? It changed. 1 week when I went live, that was the profile picture that popped up. Somebody's hacked into, that's what I'm afraid of, that I'm broadcasting on somebody else's YouTube account. But I did a search in the YouTube studio, which gives you the ability to use their copyright tool and see if there's any other accounts that are using your material. And I don't see any notifications to that effect. So I'm kind of hitting a dead end. I thought, well, then what is my profile picture here on the StreamYard? That's the software that I'm using is StreamYard. It's a third-party software that enables me to cast onto a social media platform. In this case, YouTube. Well, I looked at the profile picture for StreamYard, and I'm not using any profile picture. It doesn't require a profile picture. That YouTube symbol gives me, indication that it's a YouTube channel. It's a YouTube profile picture. Well, that isn't my YouTube profile picture. Mine is what you see. It's the military black and white. That's me in my helmet and goggles in the back of a 7-ton coming home from Fob Heat, Iraq in 2005. So anyways, that's the mystery lately. I don't know what that is. So I just zoom back out and I'll stop share screening that. And you can see it in the upper right by the end stream red button. Hold on, let me share it again. You'll see it in the upper right. Up there with the pencil icon and then the YouTube icon and then the end stream. Let me bring that back up here. See that in the upper right next to the red bar right up there? Right there. That's the same mystery profile picture there. See it? Right there. My cursor's over it right now. Yeah, so I don't know what that is. But that's what I look at. That's my screen on the television. See, there's the share screen right there. I can remove that by going bloop, and then it goes back. Yeah, you know what? I looked on YouTube at the emojis on YouTube. Well, you know what? No, I didn't. I looked under the Google. Well, Google is YouTube now. And I looked at all the emojis that you can use instead of your own profile picture or your own generated profile picture. I looked at the default emojis from YouTube and I was looking for that or anything thereof that resembles, that portion of whatever that is. And I couldn't locate anything. As a matter of fact, I can probably show you. Like if I click on the view on YouTube, nope, I don't want to do that. Edit, let's see, if I try to edit, it only gives me the ability to edit the live stream. And I can add a platform like Facebook, Twitter, things like that. I can change the title, I can change the description, I can change the privacy, and then save the changes. But I'm not going to do any of that. Anyhow, that's the live stream. That's my browser. As you can see, the tabs, along the top. Just like a laptop or a computer. But when you're on an Xbox, I can't minimize. Although, you know what? Sometimes you can. Let me try something. But yeah, I'm not gonna go through it. It'll either freeze me or it'll kick me off sometimes. So that's the unfortunate part of live stream via an Xbox. There, that's the full screen without me in the picture. And then back to myself. Let's see here, side by side. That doesn't do anything. How about this one? There we go. What are my other options here? I've got a few formats I can play with. Here's one. And then here's another. Okay. I think that one actually is quite user-friendly there. Anyhow. There we go. Oh, you're talking about those emojis. Yeah, for chat emojis. Yeah, yeah. I was talking about the profile picture. I guess they're not emojis; they're just animations for your picture instead of using your own. And I checked all those, and I don't see anything that resembles that weird. Interesting. I think I can zoom in a bit here. There we go. Well, the temperature is like 39 degrees Fahrenheit out there. It's not freezing. It's wet. It rained this early morning, and it never. I didn't never saw it snow. They had a forecasted 40% chance, but it's just too warm. And if it did snow, it didn't stick. So. So who's still here? Daniel, Jay. How about did you guys, the other Filipino guys up in Canada? Navy, are you still here? And I know you're not Filipino, Navy. I'm just referring to Kubaran. Nope, Kubaran's not. He's from, his heritage is, what was it again? Indonesia? No, Sri Lanka. And I was looking for Tomas. Was talking about steak. And anyways, the other guys that were here. It is 2:24 in the afternoon. Yeah, you're the next day. You're like 18 hours ahead of me. Saturday morning, correct? I mean, Friday morning. I'm at 2:30 in the afternoon on Thursday. Is Athena still there? Just one time zone in New Zealand? Here, how about if I change the virtual background here to a virtual background? Let's see here. You've seen this one already. I heard you get to see. You know what? I can show my my pictures a lot better on this screen. See there? Ain't that the coolest? Gosh, if I said I didn't miss my car, I'd be lying. That's a Subaru in the background chasing me. Actually, we got together. He approached me in the pit and said he was checking out my car. He said, "Hey, you wanna go together around the track?" I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." So he says, "I'll follow you," and I'm like, "Okay." And then throughout the track, I would let him pass, and then I'd try to follow him. Yeah, that was mine, the red one, the red Mitsubishi. It's officially a sportback, but it's a wagon. But I no longer have it. I turbocharged it and I got it somewhat ready for a road race course, and ended up in Massachusetts to a new track up there, and checked it out. Drove 5 hours with all my extra tires in the back. That's the convenience of a wagon. You can put the seats down and have a bunch of storage space in the back. So I hauled up the tires and the equipment, and raced on it was really cool. It was a elevation change going up to the top of a mountain, and then you turn around, do a 180, and then come back down the mountain. It was really, really cool. Yeah, you see it? You see the intercooler? Yep, I not bragging, but I had a really cool experience with that. I'm not a builder, I'm not a car builder. I'm a paramedic. I put people together. And although some kids convinced me to go through with this project, and I really had no choice, because the company that was going to do the modifications for me for this automatic front wheel drive vehicle, yes, it's an automatic front wheel drive. It's like, what are you thinking? Like, I didn't know. So I was like, is this possible? Can you do that with an automatic? And they went, sure, you can. But there was a lot of ifs, and first time people were wondering, if I was going to break it, all the above that puts a wear and tear on a stock vehicle. And that thing is literally stock, engine stock. Nothing is modified in the engine. It's just a turbo kit with an electronic ECU tune sent to me from Ottawa, Canada, to fire that thing up 11 months later. And eventually got all the little bugs worked out, and then ended up with that. And it turned out really cool. So the intercooler, it's got UV Tune is the name of the company up in Ottawa. It was actually just two guys, a tuner and a mechanic. And they got together and put together their own company. It was called UV Tune, and it's stenciled on the front of the intercooler. You can't see it, but let's see if I zoom in. Can you see it? No, it's not. It's not visible. But anyhow, let me get rid of that banner there. There we go. But yeah, even the that fiberglass spoiler on the front is, and there's a fiberglass spoiler on the back. I don't know if you can see that. I actually paid a pretty penny for that from Japan and had them send it out. But it's that or what you call it, not fiberglass, but the oh my gosh, what's that material? Harder than steel. Yeah, whatever it is, carbon fiber. There we go. So it's got a carbon fiber lip on it and a carbon fiber spoil in the back, and then a carbon fiber hood. Actually, that's not carbon fiber. That's fiberglass hood. And yeah, and then the modifications to the engine to turbocharge it. Yeah, thank you, Jay. And I just followed what they told me to do. It was their baby, their tune up in Ottawa, and they had already, it was already available for the manual, but they didn't have it for the automatic, and I was the first one to come in to express an interest in doing it to an automatic. So I had to figure out how to route the charge tubing around the automatic transmission up front. And then I had a welder, of course. I don't weld. Do the welding. I learned about the two different MIG and TIG welding, and so I had that TIG welded. That wasn't cheap, as you know. And then I put 2.5, 3-inch intercooler piping and exhaust piping all the way out to the rear. So that came out cool. Yeah, there was a lot of trial and error, but eventually got it all done, and eventually I did it right. I removed the air conditioner unit up front to make room for the proper complete 180-degree downpipe to the exhaust, to the pipe. What's the pipe that attaches to the header? It's actually the turbo manifold. What pipe is that? With the flex tubing in it, downpipe, and the short piece, the flexible. Is that the flex pipe? Yeah, the flex pipe after the downpipe, and then the exhaust going out to the rear. So I learned a lot, and the only thing it required was to change the injectors from stock injectors to a 550cc injector. You could use either 550 or 1,000cc injectors, but they were tuned to 200 and forget the exact number, 200 and something cc. Using the 550, I use the 550cc injectors, and then you also had to change the MAF sensor, MAF sensor, to a 3 or 4. What's the term? See, it's been a while and I forgot what it is, but it's the one off of the Evo, the race car. Yeah, the air filter was, the typical turbo air filter. That was on the end of the intake pipe. Actually, it wasn't the intake. How did it go again? It went from the turbo. It went from the turbo. Actually, let's see. From the intake, came down, dropped down to the driver's side of the intercooler, through the intercooler, on the other side of the intercooler, wrapped around, came back to the gosh, I always try to remember the route. The filter, it might have been HKS, whatever the popular, the cone red filter that fits on the front. Yeah, I did all of the above. HKS and K&N and gosh, all of those brands. I actually had to change the motor mount here on the front and used a Evo, which was compatible with this Lancer Sportback. But the rear one needed to be reinforced. So they showed me how to pour my own. So I went ahead and created a sand mold and the liquid polyurethane and poured my own motor mount with the bearing, and then had a shop install it because it's a difficult, tight squeeze in the rear. And I didn't have the tool to get up in there. So I had a shop do that for me. The side motor mounts didn't need to be changed. It was the front and rear that were the culprits that were breaking because of the torque, going. Yeah, the injectors, the MAP sensor, the MAF, that's up by the air filter. The pipe that attached to the filter had I got it from the guys up in Ottawa. They had already modified that specifically for our MAF sensor. So it was already welded in place, and all you had to do was just screw on the MAF sensor down onto the air filter pipe. And then I plug it in, plug the electronic into it, plug and play type thing. They did have launch control in the program. But that's for quarter mile application. But I did have that option. They sold the package included the software for your laptop. And I still have the software. It's available online, I'm sure, but I don't have it on a recent laptop. It's on an old laptop sitting I don't have any use for it anymore because I no longer have the car. But that was, you can do anything you want when you have the tune, when you have access to the ECU, to the brain of the engine. And, you can blow up your engine, which I was afraid of doing because I'm not a tuner. So I was, I did delve into it a little bit, and I did make some changes myself here and there, but through the advice, the close tutelage of the guys up in Canada. And when in doubt, I would have them come on board my laptop, and he would tweak my tune for me. I would go out on the road and data log, the acceleration, certain RPMs, idle, the whole range. And then I would data log that, and then I would come back and they would come on board and take a look at it and see where my discrepancies were. It's like being on a dyno, but not in person. They're doing it electronically by me sending them the data, and then they tweak it accordingly. It's interesting. It was a cool experience I had never delved into. The rims actually that you see on there, those were some pretty high speed rims. I ended up, they were probably stolen, but I don't know. Some guy up in New York, some mafia looking kid, met me at a rest stop on the parkway halfway between here and New York City. And we did the transaction in the parking lot of a rest stop. And I gave him like $800, and he gave me 4 rims. And those are, if you help me out, I'll be able to tell you what brand they were. They're green and white. They kind of have a green, like a what's that color? Green, lime green logo embossed into the rim. Oh my gosh, you had a GTI. You see, I learned about GTIs too. Those were big over there in Asia. My brother-in-law had a GT. His best friend had a not a GTI. Sorry. Was it a GTI? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, Nissan GTI in the Philippines. Yeah. But I set this up. My dream, my vision was to experience a road race course. So you can imagine, no, they're not Momo. Pretty top of the line, or at least a higher end of I shouldn't say top of the line, but, getting into the expensive. And of course, he sold it to me for half, what they go for. And they were beautiful. I had to lower the profile of the rubber because of my clearance, and because I had TN coilovers on all fours, and they were the basic TN coilovers. Nothing special. Actually, that was the basics was the name of the coilover, the TN coilover. Because of that, lowering it 1.5 inches, I had clearance issues. So I actually rolled the back fenders by myself, and I used a broomstick to do that. I had some recommendation online, those rear, and and it just turned out absolutely perfect. I actually rolled all 4 fenders, but they didn't have to roll it very much. I just had to get rid of the bend. What do they call that in a machine shop? The brake. You know how they break the lip of the fender and roll it under? Well, it was horizontal. And just because they were horizontal underneath, I had to bend them up out of the way. And I'm telling you, we're talking probably 1/4 inch, or maybe, what would that be? 25, 5 millimeters. 5 millimeters? Yeah, because 25 is an inch. No, that's 1/5, 1/4 of that. So whatever. About 8, 7, 6 millimeters or so of more clearance. And I never had a problem with anything rubbing or touching, even aggressively throwing my car around on the track, and sometimes to the point of spinning out on the infield. I never had any issues with any of the fenders rubbing, and I was like so proud of that, because you know how it is. You do something and it's not quite right, and then you start hearing that and you're like, no, come on, I don't want to do any more. When you bend it too much, it cracks the paint, and then it starts, then you're having to then you got to hire somebody to buff that out, and repaint it. And I didn't have to do any of that. So thank God I succeeded the first try. Yeah. What was the name of the wheels? The wheels were, Um, Inky, E-N-K, Inky rims. Wait. Google that for me. E-N-K-E-I, Inky. I don't know why that's coming to my head. But I had to learn about, um, the, what is that again? God, it's been a while since I've been in the circles. Uh, the distance from the inside of the hub to the outside, and the outside as well. What's that called again? It had to be specific, and I was able to find him, and so I went up there and verified that they were the right, um, whatever the term is that I'm looking for, the measurements. Yeah, it was whoever got the car. I mean, I literally gave the car away. I gave it away for $1,000 to a guy in a shop, to a mechanic, in exchange for some work. I had a problem with the engine after breaking um, the uh, what belt is that? The major belt inside the engine, timing belt, and which includes the bound shaft belt, and then replacing the water pump and all that. And after that, it must have damaged the pistons. Although the guy that did the work for me, put the engine in and had the heads refinished, and apparently that was checked. The pistons were checked and did a pressure test on the pistons, and everything was supposed to be okay. Well, when I got the car back, it was never the same. I couldn't get up past 4,500 RPMs before it bogged down. Almost felt like I was being held back by a rope, and it was blowing air into my oil pan. And yeah, and every time I took it to a shop, they'd do a bleed down test and say that the cylinders were fine and pistons were okay, but yet I still had air blowing into my oil pan and was ejecting the dipstick. Literally, you just rev it manually with your hand in the engine, and you watch the dipstick just rise up out of and I was blowing oil out the bung into the drain from the turbo into the oil pan. So it was going backwards. I was starting to get oil in the intake tubing, the charge tubing, not the intake, but and yeah, so I needed a new engine is what the bottom line consensus was. That would have been the cheapest way to fix it. Just buy a rebuilt engine for $1,300, with low mileage on it, and just have somebody put it in there, and then attach all the turbo peripherals back onto it, and voila, it would have been solved. But instead, I started going on thousands of dollars just chasing this problem, and it was never solving it. So It sat in the garage for almost 2 years before I gave it in exchange for some work that I had done on my wife's Lexus SUV. And that was the end of the Mitsubishi. It was, don't know where it is or what happened to it. And they got literally $10,000 worth of work that I put into it. Yeah, too bad. Oh well. So, speaking of backgrounds, let's and who's this guy? Does that guy look familiar? Oh yeah, I did. I only got to race it on 2 tracks, one here in New Jersey, and then the other one in Massachusetts. And the one in New Jersey, actually, I became a somewhat of a regular at, and because of that, they started giving me free track time. In lieu, as I became a promoter of this program called Track Night in America, TNIA. And they offered track time for a relatively decent, cheaper price for 1 hour of track time. That's 3 20-minute sessions. And that's quite a bit of time to be spending on a track, you know, racing around and throwing your car around and trying to keep it on the track, you know, for 20 minutes. It was really cool. And so they were giving me free track time. I would promote the company, the organization through social media, just putting out, you know, links and discount codes. And yeah, the rest was history. That was really cool because all I had to do was bring gas, you know, in my car, and they provided the track time. Yeah, I know. And then you mature. Well, sometimes you, right? Some of those take it into their later years, but I was the old guy. You know, I was the 50-year-old in that car. And I would get out of that car and all the young people would be like gathering around like, whoa, that's different. And I'm like, what, the car? And I go, no, you getting out of the car. And the one guy said it that way. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess now that you say that. He says, yeah, it's somebody like me. He was a 20-year-old. He said, I'd expect somebody like myself getting out of a car like that. It was a wannabe Evo wagon. Here, I've shown it before. I don't think I can share it on this Xbox. Yeah, I had a lot of offers from kids, you know, willing to. They're always asking me, "Are you selling it? Are you willing to sell it?" I was like, "No, not at the moment." And then I ended up giving it away. Imagine that. Let me. I don't have. Oh no, do I have YouTube on it? No, I closed it on purpose to try to decrease the amount of usage here. Yeah, and then I got into fishing. This right here. That's me out of my kayak. Matter of fact, I just released a new video. Did you see it? You can, wait, let me see. I'm going to have to try to bring it back up here. Hold on. If I disappear, I'll be right back. Let me try to share this YouTube after I turn the music off here. Okay, I just put together it's a nothing video. It's a minute and 45 seconds long of me going out on this lake right here that I'm on, and it's frozen, although it's starting to melt. And so I thought I made a little recon, sorry, of the lake, and it was open where I launched the boat. So I decided, well, let me go out there and see how thin it is. Maybe I can push through some of it. Maybe it's that thin. It turned out it's not, but only a certain 100-foot section along the shore is open. So I cruised up and down it in my kayak a few times and oogled over the ice on the other side of the lake. So I put together a little minute 45-second video on that little quick trip, and I'll see if I can show it here. You can hear me okay, I take it? I didn't really do an audio check here. Let me see if I still got audio. Test, test, test. Yeah, I do. Okay. I don't know if you're still there, Daniel or Jay, but let me try to do this here. Yeah, I'm still trying. Stand by. I'm going to try one more time. If it doesn't work, then oh well, it doesn't work. One more try. Oh well, I tried. No luck. But here's the link to the video if you so choose to view it here. Just a quick minute 45-second, some scenery and some music, and that's about it. I tried. Let me get rid of the virtual background. Maybe that has something to do with it. One more try. Here we go. All right, guys, you can see the lake is somewhat open. See if I can break through the ice. Don't know how thick it is out there. All right, guys. Well, I'm back. Finally got out on the water. Found out that most of the lake is still frozen. This side, the north side of the lake, is free of ice from the dam all the way back to about 3/4 the length of the lake. So I just decided to call it quits. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. till midnight Eastern Standard Time for my live stream. As you were, see you then. See ya. Okay, I'm back. That was a lot of work just to show a video, but I think you got to see the short video. Yeah, that's a do-it-yourself project. Speaking of do-it-yourself, um, thought the original intent was to get a tandem kayak so that my wife and I could go out and enjoy it together. Well, that didn't unfold as I was hoping, and I ended up in it alone, 90+% of the time. Eventually, I got a tandem partner. Elderly friend of mine became my regular partner. But most of the time, yeah, I was in my kayak, freshwater, here in the local lakes and ponds. And so I ended up with, a 2-seater kayak by myself. And then I would eliminate one of the seats because I had no need for it by myself. And it has 2 pedal slots because it's a pedal kayak as well. So I would equip the rear compartment with my seat and the pedal slot. and the paddle, and leave the second person's gear out of the kayak, and use that upper area for storage, for my tackle box, my camera bag, etc. And then I added, everything. It was a stock. It didn't even come with a paddle holder. It was my attempt to go the cheapest route. So I paid for I got what I paid for. It came with a pedal drive, but the pedal drive was, way in what's the word? Inadequate, cheap China. And although I ended up getting another pedal drive from China, it is definitely superior to the one that came with it. So I did that, upgraded the pedal drive, installed it basically just from scratch, through trial and error, started adding things to it. Sometimes realize I didn't need it or it wasn't sufficient. So I would take it off and then, through time and experience, you start realizing what you need and what you don't need. And so I'm pretty much done with the modifications. I've added a trolling motor, and it's got a external smart spot lock company from South America that puts out a device called an auto boat. It's half the price of the latest and greatest high speed, high dollar trolling motors with spot lock on them. So again, it was the cheaper route, but this time it's a pretty good product, and it does what it claims to do, and it's pretty high speed. So I went that route. Eventually paid it off, and now you can convert pretty much any trolling motor into a smart spot lock trolling motor using this external brain device. So yeah, I'm got it. I used the front pedal slot for the trolling motor. So instead of a pedal being there in that slot, it's a trolling motor that drops down, and I can raise it up into and out of the pedal slot via a 3-to-1 pulley system that I used my climbing and mountaineering background to devise it's called a Z pulley system. It's just a 3-to-1 pulley system, a 3-to-1 advantage. So it lifts the trolling motor up and out of the pedal slot. And then I can lower it back down and lock it in place via an electronic latch that I have the button and the controls back in my spot. So I don't have to go forward. Although I do have to go forward every now and then to troubleshoot, get the weeds off of the propeller or anything else that gets entangled around the prop. And or sometimes the mechanical mechanism that rotates the trolling motor will malfunction and come up out of the cog wheel. It's like a cogwheel drive, that spins the trolling motor. Sometimes that lifts up out of and it disconnects and starts clicking, and doesn't rotate. So I have to go forward and push it back down into place. But other than that, when it's working, it's hands-free. It's like an autopilot. It's what it is. It's an autopilot. It's got some brain, functions to the fob where you can set it. You can, shoot a bearing, shoot a waypoint, and then just hit lock in place, and it'll it'll continue. Even if the wind blows you off, it'll correct itself and get itself back on, heading to that point. So that's useful. It only goes 3 miles an hour because it's a trolling motor. And so it's pretty nifty. Whenever I get myself into like a predicament, if I need to, if I get myself hooked, and I need to, start getting equipment out and pliers out to unhook a treble hook from my clothing or something, the wind is your worst enemy, and any boater's worst enemy. It just becomes a sail and blows you off. And when you're in a relatively tight area or a small lake, you can drift from one side of the lake to the other, within minutes. And so that spot lock is really handy because it's constantly locking you on a GPS, spot. And so you can literally just let it, you can go about your fixes and your duties, and or you're eating your lunch, or you're retying, tackle, or whatever, fighting a fish. It's really handy. Yeah. Especially in a kayak. As you know, kayaks are brutal in the wind. Well, this spot lock is a game changer. It's an auto captain. Even when you're fighting a fish, when you're into something pretty, big, it can start towing you. Well, this isn't fresh. This isn't salt water. It won't handle a saltwater fight. But for the freshwater, the larger 5-pound and plus largemouth bass, those things tow a small kayak. And if you're, in a tight spot where you got toolies over there and laydowns over there, and you got 4 poles sticking up behind you, any overhead is a nightmare, as you know. Oh my gosh, we've all been in those situations. So a spot lock, just solves all of that. It keeps you on that spot. It will drift to a point, but the motor picks up accordingly, and the power increases automatically to compensate for the speed that you're drifting. And it's got different settings for different sized vessels. So it'll get more aggressive the larger your boat is. Or if you set it aggressive, you're setting it for a 15-foot boat and your boat's only 10 foot or 12 foot, it might be a little too aggressive, and it'll start taking you past your point, and then it'll try to correct itself and turn you around, and then it'll overcorrect and go back the other way. And then you realize, okay, I've got it set for too big of a boat, and you decrease it. So it's got that ability. You kind of dial it in to the size of your boat. Oh, I bet. Have you seen the videos of those sharks hitting on those kayaks? Literally coming out of the water. That one, and you know what? My theory, it's got to be correct, is they think they're hitting on the color of your kayak. They think it's a seal, or they think it's bait. Especially the bright yellow or the chartreuse color, kayaks is typically what I see these shark attacks are hitting on. Yeah, what a freaky. Did you see that one guy? That thing came out of the water and broadsided his kayak. Holy Lord. What the heck? You don't want to go. Yeah, see there? I'm telling you, bro. You're a sitting lure on top of the water. I use chartreuse all the time. It's my number one go-to. Chartreuse worm, chartreuse tail, chartreuse everything. I get the watermelon green with the chartreuse tail, dark blue or black with chartreuse, everything. I could go out to my car and show you. That lime green or that bright yellow, Oh my gosh. I think you're a sitting duck in a yellow kayak. You're a big, you know what? You're a big crankbait is what you are. I throw crankbaits all the time. And you know what hits on those crankbaits? Fish with teeth. Those really aggressive, fast fish like a barracuda, those topwater fish, you know, that go after shiny stuff and bright stuff. We've got a freshwater, basically it's a pickerel. It's the family of the pike, you know, those things with razor sharp bunch of needle teeth in their mouth. We got them right here. They're all over the place. They're like nuisance fish. They overpopulate a lot of these bodies of water. But topwater, you know, crankbaits that just do their magic on top of the water, make them silver or yellow or green. Oh my gosh, they're all over that. There was a great white in the area that was going after kayak fish. I bet. Yeah, I can imagine. It's got to be scary out there. I haven't done any saltwater. I've got an opportunity, and it's really calling my name loud. I called my brother in California and asked him if he was interested. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm interested 200%." But getting the time off and the money together, you know, is usually the biggest setback. And it's down in Panama, Central America. It's called, you see it on YouTube. The guy that runs the YouTube channel is Robert. He's a former blue collar. I almost want to say he's into stock trader or something in New York, and he gave up his job to be a guide down in Panama. It's called Los Buzos Resort. Robert Fields is his name. If you look up Robert Fields, oh my gosh, bro, Jay, you've got to watch this. You have to see this. This is one of the most incredible fishing videos I think ever put together. Honest to God. And I don't watch, you know, that many of them, but this is so well done. And it's a documentary that is just unbelievable footage. Look up Robert Fields on YouTube and type in 500-pound marlin kayak. Period. You don't even need to type in Robert Fields. You just type in 500-pound marlin kayak. And that will be the very first video that pops up. It is so beautiful and so incredible. You're going to be like a kid with your jaw hitting the floor. 500-pound marlin. He gets towed to sea for 6 hours in a 14-foot kayak. And he's fishing for marlin. That was his intent, was to hook into a marlin, because it wasn't his first rodeo with a marlin. His record was like 300 plus pounds. And he hooks into a gargantua. Yes, exactly. Actually, he officially, what do they call it? Where he reaches his leader. He leaders it in 4 hours. But the next 2 hours is it taking line again. And now he's getting towed out even further, you know, and then it goes on in another second wind. But he leaders it in like just under 4 hours, I think. But the next 2 hours is trying to get pictures, and they're trying not to make sure they don't kill it, but they're trying to get it next to the boat so they can get some good underwater pictures of it. And they eventually succeed, but they do a successful release, and it's incredible. Wait till you watch the aerial footage while he's catching it and he's getting it pretty close to the kayak. This thing goes wild. Unbelievable aerial footage of this 500-pound marlin coming out of the water. At the end of what he's holding on in a kayak. It's incredible. You got to watch it. And the whole channel there at Los Buzos Resort, the nickname for that area for Los Buzos is Land of Giants. The fish that they catch in this Central America resort are incredible. They're like fish on steroids. Just wait till you see the grouper, the sailfish, the marlin, the rooster fish, I'm struggling. It's a very round fish with a forked tail and a blue color on its fin, I think, on a dorsal fin. What are they called? Well, they're huge. Yeah, even the snappers, unbelievable. I mean, I would imagine it's similar to like what you catch in New Zealand because of the waters out there and the deep waters. Even a crayfish. Oh, you're talking, Daniel. Yeah, they didn't slaughter it. No, they didn't catch it. But speaking of the food, I mentioned this to my brother, and he looked into it, and he's like, like two kids, here we are in our 60s, and he's like, Gary, that looks so incredible. He says, I don't know about the kayak thing because I'm a big guy, and I'm like, believe me, they've been there, they've done that. They cater to clients. They take them all out on kayaks, and they got two whalers. They call them pangas that follow them out into the ocean, and they cater to them. Not only cater the fishing for 5 straight days, but they feed you and they birth you with birthing. It's part of the package. But you can get your own birthing, and accommodations, sleeping accommodations, and pay extra. My brother said he'd be more into that than camping out with a roommate, or somebody that, or in a room, in a bunk, situation that they would pay for. But they do provide that as part of the package. And the price is wow. They have professional cooks that I've seen, the different cooks that come in from foreign countries, different islands, different places throughout the world. They'll come and cook, like temporarily work there for them, and they just provide beautiful hand caught. Some of the fish the clients catch, they'll keep specific smaller fish for dinner. And they do everything with the fish. They fry it, they broil it, they bake it, they sushi it, and they lay it all out. It's all part of the package. It's like $2,000 for 5 days of accommodations, fishing. Kayaks are provided. All the fishing tackle is provided, not all. The poles are provided. Even the PFDs are provided. You can bring your own if you want, and you can bring your own tackle if you want. But the tackle is also something you need to purchase, and they've got a specific shop that they recommend. TN that they have locally, and they've got a list for you. And you go into the shop with this list, and it's the recommended tackle to purchase for the fish that they're going to be fishing for. But otherwise, they provide the kayak, they provide the poles. You know, they'll tie your bait, they'll rig it. You know, if they are available, they'll pull alongside of your boat, your kayak. You give them your pole, they'll give you an already, you know, tied tackle for you while they take care of the rest. They just totally cater to you. And then when you come in, they feed you, or they're providing lunch for you out on the water. You know, they'll do breakfast there at the resort. Out on the water, they have box or bag lunches for you already made. And then when you get back, they serve you dinner. All you got to do is sleep, eat, and provide your own and purchase your own tackle at the bait shop or the tackle shop for $2,000 for 5 days. That's including hotel if you choose to use their berthing. You do have to provide the airfare to get there. And I priced that before the COVID, and it was like $600, $500 from America to Central America, round trip. So think about that. Place to stay, food, and fishing for 5 days for $2,000. Oh my gosh. Tien, ¿cómo está? Musta. How are you, dear? You know, that's $400 a day. For accommodations, you can't touch accommodations for, you know, I mean, at least here in America. And well, you can get a hotel room for $200, probably more now, but you know, for food, place to stay, and fishing, totally catered for $400 per day. It's like, what? And they tow, you know, they put like they cater like to 8 clients, I think, max. And so they'll put 4 kayaks in a panga, in 2 pangas, you know, the outboard whaler, I guess you can call it. And they motor it out to wherever it is you're going to be fishing. And then once you get there, it might be a 2-hour trip out to this more secluded out, you know, away cove or bay that they need to get to, you know, on the shoreline. But once you get there, they put all the boats into the water for you. They help you get into the kayak, make sure you're all, you know, good to go. You got your radio. They provide it all. Make sure communications is working, and then out you go. And they're constantly doing rounds and providing bait. They do all the bait, you know, catching for you. So they're just giving you, you know, and you got a bait. You either got a bait, whatever in the water, or a tank or whatever, and they're just providing, keep making sure that, you know, they're catering to their clients. All you got to do is just hook it and throw it out there and wait. Yeah, I know. That's why I called my brother. I'm like, Lanny, you're not going to believe this. And when he saw it, you know, he's already done some guided fishing trips down in Mexico. And when he saw that, you know, he's like, the only problem is I can't get the time off right now. And he's actually dealing with some issues with his wife's got some medical issues that he's got to be there for. And so unfortunately, he's not able to get away. Oh, yeah. No, I haven't caught any of the bigger catfish. But yeah, I've seen so many videos of those monsters. And they're just all muscle, I can imagine, you know, because I've caught I caught an 8-pound catfish out of a local pond where they have some big bass. And I was curious. It's like, okay, I'm not here for catfish or any other thing but largemouth bass. But might as well, let's see what's in here. And I ended up hooking into an 8-pound catfish. And that was, I thought, OMG. I've got a little ultralight freshwater rod and reel, and this thing was just zzz, 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 zzz. I was like, oh my God, I don't know. I got to stop this thing or I'm going to run out of line. And it wasn't that big of a pond. So it's like, how far can that thing swim? But I finally turned it, and oh my gosh, what a experience that was. And that was only 8 pounds. Can you imagine a 20-pound catfish? These flathead, they call them. It's just pure muscle. Those things are wild. Yes, correct. Freshwater. I wonder if they can live in the what's it called again? Brackish. The combination where the freshwater meets the saltwater. There's a lot of it because I'm right next to the ocean. I'm only 10 miles away from the coast. And so a lot of these lakes, have drainages into the ocean. So if you can sometimes the tributaries, are coming off of saltwater. So where they meet, it's brackish for, a short section. And they've got, fish that are living in there. Those stripers, you heard of stripers? They're a bass, a striped bass. It's real big around here. I haven't actually even fished for striper before, but they come into the freshwater. I guess they come into spawn, and then they head back out. And they do their freshwater, saltwater kind of pilgrimage or something. Yeah, trout and salmon. Oh my gosh. What about the salmon? Do they get humongous? And the trout? Even here in America, the lake trout, those things are monsters. They're the size of small boats. They're like unbelievable. Sturgeon, yeah, that's another something I've never caught. Those dinosaur-looking fish. Those things are huge. Yeah, all the trouts. Yeah, what a classic. They have them here, of course. Living naturally in the bodies of water, but a lot of these ponds and lakes around where I am right now, and there's quite a few of them. I'm surrounded by fresh water as well as the ocean, but a lot of them don't have natural trout in them, and so they stock them. They have the Department of Fish and Game or whatever come around, and through the months of, I think it's May and April during the spring, they come around and stock these local bodies of water with trout. And of course, the people come out of the woodwork with their buckets, and I call it the bucket brigade. But I don't specifically fish for trout here. I'm just after the largemouth bass, and for catch and release. I'm not catching anything to eat it. It drives my wife nuts. She's from the Philippines, one of the seafood archipelagos, in the world. And yet I'm catching them and letting them go. I'm just doing it for YouTube videos, for content. But I got some cool videos of some pretty impressive, well, at least for this area, not impressive for Florida and or California, where they produce, these monster bass, double digit, 10-pound plus. Anything over 5 pounds here is considered a trophy. And I've caught a number of them out of these local bodies of water, which keeps me going back. Of course, I can't help it. You're looking for the biggest bass you can. White bait, I haven't had a whole lot of luck with white. I've tried it, and it's all plastics. We call it plastics here. It's rubber. I mean, it's that molded, poured, artificial baits. But I've tried white, and I haven't had any luck. I've tried white frogs, white with chartreuse, good old chartreuse, and white. Everything here is recommended to be dark. The darker, the better. Black, blue, greens. That watermelon green and darker. Or I'm sorry, not watermelon green, but the other green. Watermelon is the brighter. Anyways, that darker, more neutral green. What is it again? Watermelon green and, oh my gosh, can't think. But then again, bass have been known to hit on everything. It's like, it's actually called whitebait. Oh, okay. Well, it obviously works, and it sounds like what do you call them? Shad here. The bait that I throw imitates a shad. Is it like a shad? Sounds like a shad. It's kind of got a forked tail, right? A forked tail. And it's small, like a shad. Every part of the world has its own, bait fish, and the concept is the same. It's just they come in different shapes and sizes and names. What about what is that one fish in Australia? It's like a sport fish that they go for. Really good fighting fish. What is the name of that? I remember watching videos, and I forget the name of the really aggressive freshwater fish, known for doing acrobatics out of the water and super good fighting fish. Doesn't it have a real prominent dorsal fin on it or something? Long. And now you're using some terminology I'm not familiar with, like fitter. I can kind of read into that and kind of guess what that is referring to. Oh, fritter. Yeah. Oh, I got you. Oh, like deep fried and just eat the whole thing. Is that what you're talking about? And they just dissolve in your mouth? Bro, if that's what you're talking about, and it's got really super tasty oil to it. Ah, yeah. My wife, being from the Philippines, They're really big on those fritter like fish. They use them. They're salty, so they use it like for salt. So instead of adding salt, you just eat it with those little fritter like fish, and just like with your eggs in the morning. I learned this through my wife. Really big on like steamed rice, scrambled eggs, and those in particular, they're called tuyo, Tuyo, tuyo. And there's different names for the different kinds, but it's the whole concept is it's like a salty, and they just dissolve in your mouth. I was so reluctant to try it, and then finally it's like, just try one. And I put the whole thing in my mouth, and I realized, oh my gosh, these are delicious. They're so oily and so tasty, and they're not even, you don't even taste anything. They just dissolve in your mouth. You got to chew them a little bit, and then they're gone. Oh yeah. So, you just got to be open to, the different cultures and the way they eat, but the concept is the same, you know. It's like I'm so spoiled with, adding salt onto the food to give it some extra flavor. Well, what about if you use a game that is salty, or a substance or a paste or something other than refined salt or unrefined salt to add flavor to your food? Just what about a fish or a sausage? Well, we use sausage in the morning, well, along with our breakfast. Well, that's the whole concept. You don't need to add salt. Just eat it with a saltier meat. And there's your salt. And that's the whole concept of the Asian eating it's the sides that you put on your rice and then eat the rice as your staple. It's like, I've been doing that for 40 years, and I learned a completely different way of eating. And I've been carrying 25 kilo bags of rice on my shoulder for 40 years. So the spoiled, at least culturally, from Europe, white guy, learned an island way of living, where the seafood is the gross national product. What do you do with seafood? Well, you make oils and you make all kinds of good stuff with fish and seafood. Paste, vinegars, salt, right? Fish sauce, right? I know it is. It's like the typical American raised here in America has no clue, unless they're from a foreign country. Now, not all Americans are white Americans. There's African Americans, Asian Americans, all the above. It's a melting pot of the world. But when people think of an American, like a Filipino thinks of an American, they think of somebody like me, with the big nose and the white skin and, the blonde hair, although it's gray now. But, if you get somebody that even is born and raised here in America, a Japanese person who's never been to their home country, from Japan or Asia, even they don't know, unless their parents raise them, who are from Asia, raise them that way. Even they don't know. They get spoiled with what we have here in America. And you don't know how to eat steamed rice. Really don't know. I had no clue how to use my hands and eat That was like, whoa, wait a minute, using your hands, that's unsanitary. Everybody uses a spoon and fork, don't they? No. I know. And so I was sold. Yep. I was sold early on. I was married, not proud of it, but I was married once before. And I was married to a girl from Thailand, from Bangkok, Thailand. And that was my eye-opening chapter of my early adulthood. When I was 22 years old, I became a daddy and a husband. And my wife is from Bangkok, Thailand, preparing me meals that I never knew existed. And the whole concept of eating it was like foreign to me. I literally had to sit there like a kid in a classroom at my very first dinner when I was with my new wife, and she, like, when we were officially, a couple, husband and wife, and we had our first child. She made me, or maybe it was before we had our first child. We were living in an apartment and she was cooking. And I realized I needed to stay out of the kitchen and let her do her thing. I was so protective of her. I really didn't think she knew much. Boy, was I wrong. It was because I was the one that was naive to anything other than what I knew here in America. And she put together this spread, steamed rice in a bamboo basket, a side of Chinese broccoli with beef with an incredible oyster sauce, and some seafood fish over here, and another dish over here. And she literally is, opening up that bamboo lid and scooping out, and filling her plate with steaming white rice. And I'm thinking, gosh, I've never seen, my mother taught me when we ate white rice, it was like a side that you put butter on and soy sauce. And I'm like, what? What am I witnessing? And what is she going to do with this? How's she going to eat that? And she's using a spoon as her main utensil. And the fork, she backs up her food up onto, or uses the fork to push it up onto the spoon. She's got a spoon in one hand and a fork in the other. And she's scooping the bite with her right hand, her spoon, and using the back of the fork to help push it up onto the spoon. The American, it's the other way around, using the fork for everything. And you're stabbing things and you're trying to pick up rice with a fork. It's like, what? Wait a minute. She's doing the exact opposite. And so I literally had to just sit there and go and watch her. And I learned something. And it was the beginning of something for the next 40 years. I'm 60 now, 62. I was 22 when I first learned this. And then she was using her fingers, to squeeze and shape the rice and push it into her mouth with her thumb. And I was like, what? What is she doing? Oh my gosh, she's using her hands. No, not her hands. Did she wash them before she? Yes, she washed them before she came to the dinner table. As a matter of fact, they're very adamant about that. Ask my wife, who sends her 19-year-old under the sink. And did you wash your hands? Did you wash your hands? And boy, I was like a kid again, watching her. And so I started imitating. And I realized why rice is the staple of the meal. And when the rice gets low, you put more on your plate and you keep it filled, so you can eat your sides with your rice. And boy, those dishes she prepared were just, and being from Thailand, I don't know if you know about Thai food, but OMG. Wow. The limes and the chilies and the seasonings and oh my gosh, incredible. I just made ground lap gai is what it's called. It's a Thai ground chicken with the chili and the sticky rice that's ground into a powder that turns into like a rice flour. You use it to help combine all the ingredients and have it stick to your meat. It's kind of like a glaze that it kind of creates and brings all the seasonings and the together to adhere to the meat. And then you eat that incredibly spicy, I mean, sinus clearing ground meat. It can either be ground beef or ground chicken. And you spoon it on top of the white rice and then scoop it together as a bite. And it's just tingly forehead, snot coming out your nose, ears turning red. My son and I fight over it every time I make it. I still make it. It's like, it's so good. Lime squeezed over it at the end with cilantro and scallions or red onions. My mouth is watering just talking about it. And then pompano, I don't know if you know the pompano fish. It's like a butterfish, you know, the big round, very flat and thin, but it's round, almost oval with a forked tail, the forked yellow, I think yellow tail. Unbelievable, buttery, so buttery fish. The meat right behind the head, I learned about it. It's like, oh my gosh, I never knew there was meat here in a fish. Right behind the eyeball, right behind the eyeball, like right over here on the head. Are you familiar? I'm sure you are. You eat this all the time. It's probably natural for you. And it took me 30 years of my life, you know, to learn how to eat a fish. You know, it's crazy. We like going down to Wellington. It's down at the bottom, North Island of New Zealand. Chinese restaurants. They have, yeah, yum cha. Yum cha. Do you know that? No. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't know they call it yum cha. Maybe that's the same thing as, are you familiar with dim sum? You know, where they have all the little dishes. It's got to be the same thing. Dim sum. They have the carts. They push them around with all the little meals, either in the little bamboo baskets. It's got to be the same thing. You're describing it. Yes. Yep. It's got to be the shrimp. The shrimp. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they call it dim sum. Oh my gosh. Everybody knows about dim sum, even the Americans. Actually, I don't know if some of the Americans have caught on, but yeah, wherever you find a Chinese restaurant, you know, they've always got dim sum on Sundays. They got chicken feet. You got chicken feet as well. I don't do the chicken feet. I don't crave over that too much, although it is pretty tasty, but I just don't like going through the process of eating around those little toe bones. But my wife, oh yeah, my wife's big time, especially my ex-wife as well. Oh my gosh, chicken feet. It's in that real tasty gravy, you know, that it's floating around in, or sauce. Yeah. Yeah, I've learned a lot. And you know what? It is so applicable if you ever get to do any world travel. There's so much of that in the world where rice is their staple. And if you know anything about rice, then it take you wide and far. You can go to New Zealand, you can go to, you know, especially the islands. in the archipelago, type islands where fishing, or Polynesian, any influence of that culture, big time fishing. Yep. It's so good. They either use taro as their carbohydrate, or they use the root or the potato, or taro is real big, probably in New Zealand as well. Or they use ube. Are you familiar with ube? The purple potato. They make everything out of it. Desserts, ice creams, foods. And I've even learned about the plantain banana, using that as a starch, and either mashing it and or cutting it or frying it. You can do anything with. It's like a potato, but it's not a potato. It's the banana. It's the starchy banana, the cooking banana, the plantain banana. You can use that as a staple, instead of rice. There's certain parts of the Philippines, in the southern part, Mindanao, Philippines, where if they don't have rice, they use the banana, the plantain banana, the starchy banana, as their staple that they eat their meal with. Yeah, purple potatoes, same difference. Same thing. Yep. But the concept makes sense. It's like, oh yeah, bread isn't the only starch. You got bananas that are starchy. You have potatoes that are starchy. You have root that is starchy. It makes sense. Oh yeah. Yeah, you could. Kurmara. See, I haven't heard that. Is that a sweet potato? Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I'm all about trying, you know, some, some things I can see, growing up with, and it becomes a natural, option. But trying it for the first time, sometimes, I'm like, I don't dislike it, but it's not something that is like a go-to, that I'm going to reach for first. Definitely an acquired, something from the Philippines, like fish paste, is very common in Thailand as well as the Philippines. And, that stuff can be pretty pungent. But I've learned, though, that when it's used in cooking with different meals, I, I don't mind it. It's fine. But to actually just to dip a green mango, I'm sure you're familiar with this, that fish paste that comes like in a jar, fermented, and they take green mangoes or anything green, a green apple, a green mango, especially a green mango before it's ripe, and taking slices of that mango and dipping it into that fish paste and crunching on it and going to town. I'm not an advocate of that. But some people are, like my wife and my ex-wife are all about. And you got all the tropical island fruits like the jackfruit and the durian. Oh, what about, well, horseradish, but that's actually, I was raised with that. My dad was really big into the horseradish spread, either on meats and or vegetables, or what else do you use horseradish with? I guess you could use it in a salad. Horseradish is a root. Yeah. Don't you have some kind of a fish? I'm sure you have fish sauce, the liquid fish sauce that you use to salt dishes with. There's got to be, you know. Mm. What about the paste? You familiar with the fish paste? I don't know what they call it there, but it's fermented, either fermented shrimp paste. There, that's what I was trying to say, was shrimp paste. Fermented shrimp. Smells like hell, when you open the jar. It just stinks up the whole house. Matter of fact, the Filipinos or the Southeast Asian, it's banned in some businesses. Don't bring the shrimp paste to work and open that stuff up while you're in the lunchroom with all the Americans. You'll clear the whole building. Yeah, sounds lovely. It's not, but they eat it, like I said, with like a slice of green mango, like a crunchy, unripe mango. And they just like dip it. As a matter of fact, the way that Thai, my ex-wife, used to prepare or use it, she would melt sugar in a pan, so that it would turn into a glaze, not burn it. Or brown sugar. It was either sugar or brown sugar or both or whatever. And then use that hot liquid sugar and stir in some chilies. I mean, hot Thai chilies. And then she would pour that spicy, sweet syrup in with the shrimp paste. And it would just become a conglomeration of just gooey, stinky, sweet, spicy dip, and then just dip that. Or maybe it was separated. Maybe it was the sweet chili syrup and the shrimp paste separated. And they would dip it into that shrimp paste and get a nice big chunk of stinky on it, and then smother it in the sweet chili, and like, what? Oh, my ex-wife used to drool over that stuff. She would bring it separate in Tupperware in her purse with her to her friend's house. And they would sit there and cut up green mango and sit together, two girls, two ladies, on the floor of the living room with newspaper. And they would either be with their knife or their machete and chopping up green papaya and shredding green papaya with the knife while they're and sweating bullets with this green mango and this chili sauce and this stinky shrimp paste, and going to town on that stuff while they're all talking their language and pounding away on green mangoes and shredding that so they could make their incredibly delicious, spicy green papaya salad called somtam. Oh my gosh. And they sit there with the pestle and mortar, pounding that stuff in the and green cherry tomatoes with that shredded green papaya in the pestle and mortar, pounding that stuff down, adding garlic, pounding that with it, and then some chilies, a few of those chilies, and then pounding that together. It's a green papaya salad called somtam. Unbelievable. I drool over it to this day. But it doesn't have, some put that shrimp paste in it, and I would rather not have that. but they put that stuff in it. And you're eating steaks now. Yes, it's the smell. But I found that if you take like a teaspoon of it, a nice round teaspoon of that shrimp paste, and you make a full 4 cups of steamed rice, like I'm pointing over at my rice cooker, over at the rice cooker. I don't know if you can't see it over there. There it is, right over there. Do you see it? See the rice cooker over there? Anyway, if you take a teaspoon of that shrimp paste, just a teaspoon, and I've watched them do it, and I've tried it, and it's totally acceptable, and actually is like, it's kind of tasty. And you put it in that 4 cups of rice in a rice cooker, and just stir it all around. It's very little to really make a dent on that much rice, but it kind of gives it that, because the shrimp paste is dark, it kind of, starts to turn that white rice kind of into, a little bit of color to it because of that little bit of shrimp paste. So it's spread out over a lot of starch, and it's quite, when you smell it, it's like, okay. It's not, it's not overwhelming, like just opening up a jar of it, and putting your nose to it or wafting it, into your face. And I've seen it done. I've had it that way with regular strips of chicken breast and some cucumbers, fresh cucumber slices on the side. It's for the kids. A lot of the kids' meals in the Thai restaurants will serve this style rice with a little bit, just that little tinge of shrimp paste mixed in with it, with chicken breast. And of course, the kids love chicken strips, but it's not breaded, it's just fresh chicken with a broth of chicken broth on the side with some fresh, just peeled cucumbers on the side. And that's all it is. Just fresh chicken breast strips with cucumber side, and that steamed rice that's got that little bit of, pungent kind of smell to it, with the broth, if I didn't mention that already. And I can eat that till I'm full and have no problem with eating that shrimp paste that way. Yeah, the smell is are you familiar with durian, Daniel? Smells like hell, tastes like heaven. The durian fruit, it looks like a big spike armored shell. Matter of fact, it'll kill you if you were to get impaled by it or get hit in the head with one. Good old wasabi, of course. Now that's dangerous. I don't know how they make that. But that stuff, that reminds me of like a nuclear chemical or something. Just a little bit, if it's fresh and potent, you put that in your tongue. Oh my MG. Your whole head just explodes. No, the durian fruit, it looks like a spiked armor around the oval fruit. They can get pretty huge, and they've got those triangle spikes all over the outside of it. You got to crack into it and split it open in order to get the durian fruit out of the center. Smells like a rotting vegetable or a rotting fruit, but yet when you taste it, it's quite different than what it smells like. Smells like hell, tastes like heaven. It gets you high if you eat the extract in the extract form and you eat too much of it at once. Oh, yeah. What do you call it? It's durian. Yeah. Durian. Yeah. Or what about the hairy red fruit with the succulent, juicy, translucent fruit in the middle? What's that called? Red, hairy on the outside, about this big. Got all the red hair on the outside. Uh, there's different names in Thailand and Philippines. What do they call it? Forget the name of that. Those are the bomb. And the pale brown one with a tough skin, but you peel the tough skin away and it's got that white, succulent, juicy fruit with the seed, the pit in the middle. What's that called? Forget the name of that one too. Yeah, lychee. Yeah, that's lychee. And what's the red? You know what I'm talking about? Looks like a red, hairy, uh, tentacles all over it. Really brilliantly red, but you crack into the center of it, and it's got that white succulent, like a lychee, but or a lychee. Yeah. What is the name of that fruit? Don't we have some in the pantry? Um, maybe you'll say the name of it. No, we're not going to have. We're not going to. No, these are all just meats, sardines, spam, baked beans, soup. Oh, here's some fruit on the bottom here. Fruit cocktail, garbanzo beans, beef, no. Um, speaking of spoiling myself with a snack. You know what? I haven't had one of these in a while. This would be good with coffee, but I don't have any more coffee. Anyways. I've got a little cookie. Chocolate wafer. This actually looks good to munch on while hey, look, there's a little chocolate wafer badut. What is it? Baduco? Baduco? Where's this made or distributed? Brazil. Okay. So what's your favorite? Oh, these are little mini bite wafer things. Chocolate wafer. Okay, those are addicting. You know what? I think my son is going to pick up my wife. Alexa, where's my phone? Hold on a second, guy.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Can I get some MREs and do a review? You know, I don't even know where to get an actual, authentic MRE. I've tried in the past. I mean, they've got all these companies that are wannabe MRE, companies, but they're not the true, um, MRE, military MRE. So I wouldn't even, I'd have to look again to see, if there's any company that actually puts out an actual military or if it's even available. But through my experience, the anything that is the most hearty, like the stews and chili, anything that's got meat and beans, the chop suey, the Asian, MRE was a well flop. Uh, but the stew and the chili and beans, I actually had a scrambled egg breakfast once, and it wasn't that bad for being an MRE. Um, yeah, and of course, the brownies. Oh my gosh, the double chocolate or the double fudge brownies, dude, those were like gold. And of course, Tabasco. Amazing what a little bottle of Tabasco, how valuable that thing is. Uh, the what do they call it? Like the pound cake. That was always good. And the cheese, of course, the squeezed cheese, with the crackers. Yep. um, but even as corpsmen, it was our job to not only, yeah, the matches and toilet paper. Oh, and the drink mixes, those were always kind of uh, something to drink other than water. To put those flavored powder mixes, into your water. The chiclet gum, of course. Uh, what was I going to say? Was oh, it was okay. Wait a minute. Now that's a joke, isn't it? Dehydrated water. I'm trying to read into that one. It's like, wait a minute. What's he trying to say? Oh, what I was going to say is, one of the other responsibilities I learned, yeah, I figured it um, was that we didn't just provide medical care, for the guys. it was our job to make sure that they didn't, like preventative care, not getting dehydrated. So the solution, as everybody knows, to not being dehydrated is to drink, drink, drink. And when you're done with that, you drink some more. And so, especially with those MREs, it's so important to make sure you're drinking enough, because those things will compact you. And if you're not drinking enough water, you're just doing yourself a disservice, and then you're going to be suffering later because you can't, take a dump. But yeah, big time. Especially those crackers. Actually, the whole thing, it's a dry experience, to eat an MRE. And they don't want you just eating some of it. There's a reason for eating all of it. Just force yourself to eat all of it somehow. Eat all of it. They did the research. The Army did their research, and they do it well. And there's a reason for all of it. The flavored water, is to replace electrolytes. All of it. There's a reason for their madness. And of course, not everybody cuts corners. But if you can, finish it all. A salt packet, put it on your food. And not only that, but when we were at the base, at the FOB, we had wash stations in the back. And we, the corpsmen, were the ones that maintained these wash stations. Whether we had bar soap, which there was plenty of hygiene products from Johnson & Johnson. Oh my gosh, we had it. There was so much of it. We had HESCO barriers filled 4x4 squares, 4 feet high or 3 feet high, or 4 feet high. Enclosed metal and canvas or whatever material it's made out of, deep barriers filled with hygiene products from, American companies, shaving equipment, soap, shampoo, and there was so much of it, we didn't know what to do with it. It just piled up. It was 4 feet thick of hygiene products that the whole base could come to and search through it and get what they needed. So we would have soap coming out of our ears, whether in liquid form, mostly in bars. And we would keep it over at the wash stations. The wash stations were these tripods, of course, reinforced, like 6 feet high. And then they had these bags hanging from the center of the tripod. And they're like 3 feet diameter, 4 foot tall canvas bags that came down like a funnel at the bottom. And they had like a spigot, a tap at the bottom, plastic or whatever material it was made out of. You open it and it dispensed water down low. And we would fill these bags with water, and we'd have to carry these 5-gallon canisters, and they weighed a ton, 2 of them in each arm, from the water bowl over to these wash stations, and then dump these 5-gallon cans and fill these bags up. And we didn't always necessarily keep them completely full, but these tripods, in the middle of these tripods, hang these bags, and they were wash stations right outside the shitters, we call them. The outhouses, the portable outhouses. There's like 12 of them. And after you use the head, you came over to the wash station and it was imperative that you wash your hands. Most of the Marines were pretty good about it. We didn't have a problem with that, but that was one of the peripheral duties of a corpsman, was to make sure that everybody was doing their hygiene, because when, bacteria starts to spread, it's like wildfire. It's like a cold. Everybody gets sick, and you get the whole, God forbid, the whole, camp or the whole base is sick because somebody didn't wash their hands, after they used the bathroom. It's true though. And when we had rocks, there was like a river rock that lined the bottom of these wash stations, where the water would filter. They had a whole process of building this wash station. It wasn't just river rock. Under the rock was sand, and there was certain layers. It was all like something you learn in Boy Scouts, to help filter the water, so the water didn't sit there and pool and, create a mud pit. Jason, yeah, water buffaloes. And so, that was another little peripheral duty of a corpsman. While we were out in the field, and make sure they drank enough water. Number one cause of a headache is dehydration. Number one. So if someone's screaming headache, they're already way behind. But to fix them, you give them pain control, i.e. 800 of Motrin, good old horse pills of Motrin, and have them pound down water until their urine is clear. What color's your piss? They tell you, And if you suspect that they're lying to you, you go over and watch them piss and see what color their urine is. It's like the color doesn't lie. Oh, Jason. Wait. Do you know expected to die? No. But that was always that was, of all things to get in trouble for, is to be dehydrated and to have your urine look like straw, that straw yellow. You're way behind. It takes a while, to start changing that back to clear where it should be. But anyways, Jason, did you hear what happened to Tween? I didn't mention it. Sorry, people. Tween, the frequent, and not taking care of your feet. Yeah. That's a biggie. Blisters will halt anybody. I don't care how hardcore you are. That's a very subtle kind of. That ain't easy. Sometimes you just neglect, a hot spot on your foot, and everybody does it. And next thing you know, you've torn off the integrity of that part of your foot, and it's developing a blister. But it happens. But it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to stay on top of that always. And stopping and addressing it. Taking off your boots and your socks just so you can put a layer of moleskin or those gel skin high-speed things they have now. So anyways, all right, Jay. Thank you, brother. Get more tiles for a do-it-yourself project. Jason, Tween, the girl, the lady that comes in with her, who has the kids and her husband. She just left me a message last night. I came on Wednesday, this last night. Yeah, Wednesday, like I normally do. And apparently she missed it, I guess. And she left a message saying, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed this, but you're not going to believe it. But I just broke I think it's two toes, the metatarsals, which are the toe bones in one of her foot when she tried to kickstart a motorcycle. It was either a mini bike or motorcycle. She broke her toes. She thought she broke her tibia. Wait, let me read she thought she broke the bones in her leg, but it was her toes. She says it was excruciating, and she ended up in the ER all night long, and she just got out at 9 o'clock this morning, and she's got to see an orthopedic surgeon on Monday or something. Oh my gosh, you too? What? Why is it so similar to her injury? It's like, wait a minute. It's the same message she sent me. You sure you're not stealing her story? It's like, what? I don't know. I don't think they do that for metatarsals. That's usually put them back in place and let them heal on their own. Unless she has some reconstructive surgery, it needs to be done. But yeah, I can picture it. You know, when you just push down to push start, I can't imagine your toes just going and breaking, going upwards. Oh, and you slipped on the ice. What in the what? Oh my gosh, Mike, you seem to know more about rods and pins than I do. I have no idea what they do for toes. I can't picture. Seems like they're awfully small. Maybe I have seen. I've seen the brackets and pins through and through for like tib fib, fractures. Maybe I have seen the foot all pinned together in a structure down there. Oh my gosh, ice on stairs. Oh my gosh. No, she was kickstarting a motorcycle. Think about that. That's crazy. She was kickstarting. So she was pushing down and her toes, what I'm picturing, just went and went up. And she broke two of her toes. The message here, let me hold on. If I disappear, I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay. There you go. I just copied and pasted her message. Listen to this. Look at her story. It just happened. She got home at 9 o'clock this morning. It happened. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? What in the world? "39." I know. And she said, "What a drag it is getting old." And I commented back, I said, "Getting old? What? My kids are your age." Uh, yeah, 39. It's like, wait, if she's old, what am I? Oh my gosh. Or maybe she's 41. Yeah, I remember her telling she's a couple years older than my son. So she's either 41 or 42, I think. And her husband might be 39. I think that's what it is. Yes, I am, Jason. And I miss the heck out of them. Gosh, I wish I could spend more time with them. They're down in Florida. So it's not like I can just drive over there and see them, you know. Holy moly. Yeah. Well, let's all go to Florida. Well, I do, and when I can. And she actually flew me down there the time before last. And then the last time I drove down there with my trailer and kayak and took my grandson out fishing. And went to a ball game of his. You know what? I didn't get a chance to hear it yet. I did get it though. Let's hitchhike to Florida. I know. I'm game. You know, I've been meaning to get back out to California, but when I go out there, I want to do some rock climbing, but I'm not in the shape that I want to be in, and so it would be kind of a uneventful, depressing. It'd be more of a nostalgic walk, to just walk out there and watch the other kids, throw their bodies around. But Yeah, that was yeah, who's in Oakland? Uh you're in Oakland? Wait. Yeah, you're in Oakland, right, Jason? Oh, you're asking, can you stay home? You see how you can, it's like when you read somebody else's message, you can interpret it in different ways. It's like here Mike is saying, let's all go to Florida and, we can hitchhike, um, et cetera, et cetera. And then Jason says, can I stay in Oakland? And I'm like, wait a minute, you already live in Oakland. Why do you want to stay in Oakland? But then I had to re-say it again. Can I stay in Oakland? You should just say, can I just stay in Oakland? Or can I stay home in Oakland? You're having your own conversation. Like, okay, if we all go to Florida, I'll bring the snacks. uh, well, I don't like driving that kind of distance in one day. So I did it in 2 days. And that was even long enough. It's like 8 hours a day, 16 hours to drive there. It just isn't, it's just not practical. And 8 hours a day is, it's just like pushing it for me. It's like, why in the world do I want to stay in a car for 8 hours, stopping and going, peeing and stopping it, getting snacks. And that 8 hours turns into 10 hours, so it's a 10 hour. You're actually traveling for 20 hours in 2 days. And it's just brutal to me. I'd rather divide it into, some fishing trips along the way, in which I did on the way back. But it's like you need time, no rush. It's like we can meander our way to Florida. Am I asking for approval? Michael, you're just having a conversation of your own. Oh my God. I think you're just kind of rambling. Hey, you know what? I should have a pack. Hold on a second. Let me see. Let me see if there's something sitting on the front porch here. Oh, there is. Imagine that. Imagine that. Woo! All right. Let's see what these. I think these are my socks. I ordered some knee-high, and I went against the grain this time. Instead of ordering what I know works and what I know lasts, I went ahead and shifted gears and decided to try another Chinese product. And it comes in a set of 3, and the price is comparable for a set of 1, a pair of 1. So I'm gonna find out if I guess the only way to find out is to wear them and see how long they last. But I hope they're the same fit, meaning, as high as the other ones are. Let's see here. Oh, it's a package of 2. Here. And look, they're vacuum sealed. Looks like beef jerky or something, but they're merino wool socks. And they look to be the same style. They're not extra heavy warm. It's like a standard thickness with some reinforced heel and reinforced toes for padding. And oh, it's a pack of 2. So it is. Yeah, they are. Oh, wow. Well, this is the long, extra long. It's a boot sock for my fishing kayak boot that I wear. Neoprene NRS brand boot called a kind of a boot. What's it called? It's called a boundary boot. And it's convenient in that I can just walk into the water, up to my top of my boot while I'm launching in and out of the kayak. So there we go. Hylaea, Hylaea. So, and they feel pretty thick, and they got extra padding on the shin, the front and the back, and then some padding on the heel and the toe. It looks like some abrasion resistant area here along the ankle. Okay. Now you're thinking to yourself, oh, you drove to Buffalo, New York one time from Oakland? Wow, that sounds like the trip we used to take. My dad would drive us kids and the family from San Diego to Rochester, New York. All right, let's. I've already got some on. They're smart wool, but I've been wearing these for God knows how many days, and not wearing them outside, just inside. So let's try one on. Now you think you're talking. Well, welcome to my world, guys. I'm all by myself, just talking to a camera back here. It's like no voice is talking back to me. All I see are letters. I suppose that means I'm having a conversation with somebody, but there's no sound. I get no verbal sound or whoa, now these are, now look, with a weird reinforced, almost looks like these are pretty high speed. And the price is $10 cheaper for 2 of them as opposed to just one set. So I think that was a no-brainer. What do you think? Yeah? Right? I paid the same amount of money for 2, and these are actually thicker than the ones I have in my hand. It's the one I had on. It's a smart wool. See, smart wool. I don't know if you can read that. Yeah, smart wool. And these, the ones that I have on, I just put on, are almost like 1.5 times the thickness. Okay, this is gonna be good. I think I'll just keep them on for comfort. And I got a liner sock, a polypropylene extra thin liner that I wear underneath it. That comes from my mountaineering climbing background. It's definitely the combination to wear when you're traveling long distances, whether you're in dry weather or wet weather or cold weather to wear a liner sock. Nothing cotton, by the way. Cotton kills. So stay away from cotton. And now they've got the high-speed wicking barrier or material that wicks moisture away from your skin, although it keeps the moisture in the material, or on the outside of the material, but it definitely keeps your foot dry. It's pretty impressive that it actually works, because you can take your boot off or your shoe off, take your socks off, and your feet are dry. The skin itself is dry, but the sock might be saturated in moisture because it's inside of a boot. So, of course, the moisture doesn't wick to the outside environment very easily, but it keeps the water from away from your skin. So you can actually stay dry or stay warm even though your clothing is wet. But if it's cotton, it just absorbs the moisture and keeps the moisture next to your skin. And then if the moisture gets cold, which it does, then your foot is cold. But if you can keep the moisture on the outside of the material, then it's not next to your foot. It's not on your skin. And you can keep that moisture warm by wearing an exterior barrier, an outer shell, whether it's your foot or your leg or your arm or your head or your body. Okay, so good to go. So far, we'll find out though through time whether these things wear holes through them and how fast. So we'll find out. Oh, you what now? You wanted to see a Buffalo Bills game, so we're like 6 months in and she got me pissed off, so I left for a trip. You went by yourself? Oh, wait, what about thrombosis there? Are you talking to yourself still, Mike? Hey, Doc, your sock is untied. And you want me to look down, right? I'm not gonna do that. Oh, who was here? I was saying, I was explaining earlier. I think most of you were here, except Jason, I think. Here, I'll explain it to you, Jason, in a nutshell. I found the scripture. Remember, I was looking for scripture last time about why work doesn't work. And I'm always looking for a very simplified, like practical way to show somebody or explain to somebody, the word of God so that so I don't lose them, so they don't get bored or get offended. So I'm always looking for, the easiest way that they can relate to without sharing. All right, Daniel, brother, thank you again for coming in all this way from New Zealand. Well, and then I couldn't find the verse. Well, I found it, and it's in Romans. And that is the reason why works can't work in ridding your body of your inherent condition, your sinful condition. We all are, we don't even have to, quiz anybody. We know we can't live without, and be perfect. It's impossible. So what we try to do is many religions say you can work your way to heaven, right? Well, just the thought of needing to work, to rid your baggage or whatever it is you did or you've done, or maybe, we've grown doing. In order to get rid of that, we need to do work, right? It's like when I got a ticket in the past, I had an option to either pay the ticket or to work off the ticket through community service. And I decided, what do I need to do to work? Oh, you need to do a weekend of community service at the local park. They'll have you cut the grass and edge and just whatever they need you to do. What, for 2 days? Yeah. Okay. Well, sign me up. So I need to work in order to work off my offense, right? So that implies just that, it's like I report to the reporting person, the point of contact, and they ask me, what are you here for? Oh, I'm here to work off my ticket. So to say you need to work already implies that you have baggage that you're trying to clear. So how much work is enough to work off your inherent condition? Every time, if you think you need to work, then that implies that you're tainted, you're dirty, and you're trying to work it off. So can you imagine coming up to you take your last breath, your life is taken away from this earth. And then per the word of God, he says, every knee shall bow, in front of your creator, God, when you take your last breath. And now you're tainted, right? And you're in the front of a perfect God. How can he allow you to come into a realm of no sin when you feel you need to work? A just judge has to deny you. And that's exactly what he'll do. He'll say, we're going to be there. Well, I did all this and I did all that and I did this and I did this and I did this. And he says, depart from me, ye that work iniquity. I never knew you. You see, in other words, you don't know me and I don't know you. Because had you known me and I knew you, you would have accepted what I did for you. I did what you couldn't do. I did the work that you seem to feel you have to do. And he's like, no matter how much you work, you're just going to be a working sinner. Because work implies that you're a wrongdoer, or otherwise you wouldn't be working. Yeah. So the simple solution is accept what God did that you couldn't do. But before you do that, you need to understand, why is it that work won't work?
And I'm explaining it to you as simple as I can. And on that note, it's not, those were my words I just shared with you. Well, let me read it right here. Good old Romans 3, verse 20, the end of the verse. It says, for by the law, that is the 10 commandments, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. For by the law is the knowledge of sin. So by works, you already know that you're a sinner. Like I just said, you're already showing it's like you're putting your foot. You're already implicating yourself by saying that I need to work. That means, like the verse says, that is the knowledge. Work is the knowledge that you're a sinner. And that made total sense to me. I was like, there it is. There it is. That's exactly what I've been trying to say to people. The fact that you feel you need to work implies that you're a sinner. That's why work doesn't work. It doesn't. What you need to do is what Christ did. You need to be able to take upon the sins of the world upon yourself, suffering, psychological and physical, and then be able to say, I went through everything that you guys has ever happened to you psychologically and physically. I took it upon myself. I did it because you couldn't do it. And now I can forgive you because I took the punishment instead of you. Why did he come down in the form of flesh to do it? Because a spirit can't do that. He can't suffer physically. God is spirit, right? He needed to take the form of a man, a physical, fleshly, dying shell, bleeding, something that bleeds, in order to do what was necessary. We became sinners in the beginning through one man. Therefore, through one man, sin was redeemed. It was defeated. So to the answer to the Muslim out there, can God bleed? No. He's a spirit. He's eternal. But he took the form of a man. His spirit entered the man. Can that body bleed? Of course it can. Can it die? Yes, it did. But he occupied it and he resurrected it. Why? Because he's God. And we can't do that. We can't resurrect. That's the second thing we can't do. We can't resurrect our fleshly body. But he did. And so why did he do it? Because we couldn't. And first and foremost, because he loved us so much that we couldn't, that he did it for us because he knew we couldn't do it. And that made total sense to me. I was like, of course. And so now all he's asking us now to do is to believe in something that he did for us. Why? Because we couldn't. And that's all. It really is that simple. You need to understand it and then realize, oh, no matter what work I do, that's just implying that I have sin in me. It doesn't get rid of it. It just keeps implying that you're a sinner. Yep. That's exactly what it implies. Yeah. So anyways, that was when I finally found it again, my gosh, it took me. I kept asking, God, why don't you want me to find this again? And it's like, well, he's got his reasons and I'll just put it down and look again tomorrow. Finally, it came back to me. So anyhow, guys, the wife and child are going to be driving back home probably within the half hour. I'm going to end this and do this again tomorrow night, Friday night. I got the heat up too high and it's already roasting me. Alexa, I'm too hot.
Auto is keeping the temperature between 66 and 74.
There we go. So, sorry guys, Beyond the Veil. What's up there, brother? Yeah, Jason, prayers for you and for Tween. Sounds like she's in a bad way as well. She broke her toes while kickstarting a motorcycle. Unbelievable. She thought she broke her leg. She said it was that excruciating. That's correct. No, not according to me, Mike. Oh my gosh, are you still saying that? That's according to the Word of God. According to the Word of God. Right? Let me read it for you. Word of God, not my words. Here in for by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin. For that all have sinned. Right? Did you hear that? That was the Word of God. That wasn't my words. So it's not according to me. It's according to His Word. Or as my pastor used to say, get Mike a Bible. Get that man a Bible. It ain't according to me. It's His Word. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Michael, God's word here, Romans 5:12. Okay. Wherefore, that is, therefore, or because of the previous verse, as by one man sin entered into the world. So who's that man? Who's that one man? That's Adam, right? It says, wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, comma, and death by sin. Okay, why are we dying? Because of sin. Okay, comma. And so death passed upon all men, for that all have sinned. How did sin enter into the world? By one man, Adam. Into the what? The world. Not just mankind, but trees, life, everything. Thorns and thistles start developing on plants before there weren't any. Isn't that weird? There wasn't even death. There was no carnivory. Animals were herbivores. They didn't need each other. They didn't need to. And what are we learning today? What are athletes learning today? They don't need meat to have superior performance. They eat vegetables. Vegetables contain everything meat contains. What do cows eat to grow their meat? Do they eat meat? Do they eat other animals? No, they eat vegetables to grow their meat. So we didn't have any of that before. sin brought death to the world. It says it right here, right? Wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin. Death and dying, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, seizure, coma, death is because of what? Sin. Sin started the clock. So were we born sinners? Of course we were. Death passed upon the world because of one man. You see, that's why evolution's impossible. We're dying. Everything is dying. Ultimately, there's no mutations. Real, I shouldn't say no. Mutations are not beneficial. Gosh, please. We're dying. What is the end product? Death. Of me? No. Everything is dying. It's not becoming superior and generating new DNA and RNA and and instructions to create a different kind of animal. Good Lord. It's like, seriously, what were we taught? It's like common sense. It's like, really? Come on. Does this look like I'm getting younger? Does this look like I'm evolving and growing a flipper so I can become a fish? Seriously. Really? It's like stupidity to think otherwise. Like, we're dying, people. Everything is dying. Every generation after each other has more mutations that are killing us. Yes, the body has the ability to regenerate and to fix and to all that. But ultimately, you know what? My kids have what? How many more mutations for every generation? 10? I don't quote me on that. But in other words, I'm inheriting the same issues my mom and dad had, and some. Then I'm passing this on to my kids, and so on and so forth. We're dying. We're dying. Anyways, gotta go, guys. Later. It's been real. It's been fun, actually. I just did this kind of a spur of the moment thing just to pass some time. And looks like we're going to end this, what is it, Thursday? Yeah, Thursday night. Kind of out of place Thursday night with some rock and roll, right? Right, Jason? Bam,